in the back and, okay, good. Okay, my name is Donna Raftery. I am Chair of Committee Board Two's SLA Licensing Committee. Welcome to our April meeting. With me tonight, we have Dr. Shirley Smith, Lois Radcliffe, Susan Wittenberg, Cormac Flynn, Anthony Wong, and our new public member, Kate Foster. So this is the way it works. Like I said, there are agendas in the back. We are not taking the applications in order. When I call on the application, please come up to the podium over there. Use a microphone. They should both work. You may have to turn them on. You can raise and lower the microphone on the stand. You can pull them out, but we need to use the microphones. Present your application to the committee. Then the committee will ask any questions. Once we're done with the committee, we will go to public members. And again, use the microphones up there, address your comments to the committee. When we've heard from everybody from the public on an application, we will go back to the applicant so they can address any issues or concerns that were raised. I ask that everybody address the committee and that they speak respectfully about the application to each other, to us. And I think that does it. Just again, everybody be sure to use the microphone. So the first application we're going to call is JDBN LLC, doing business as Domo Domo at 138 140 West Houston Street. This is an alteration to combine spaces under a single license.
Thank you.
Oh, this is item A1.
Thank you very much. I said.
Oh, that's okay. We can
So.
Good.
Hi, my name is Sam, the representative here for JDBN LLC. We are here for request the alteration for existing liquor license. Currently, there are two separate locations, Domo Domo 138 West Houston Street and JDBN 140 West Houston, right next to stores. And then we are just combined with the one stores to the 140 West to at the locations. And
To the 138, 140
no,
West?
yes, 130, and then we combine, and then we're gonna make the one liquor license to 140 West Houston Street.
Which-
To JBDN.
Which actually what the liquor authority has is 138-140 West Houston Street for that one. That's,
I think we do have both of the liquor license.
right, you have both liquor licenses.
Yes.
This is what's confusing me. One is 138 West Houston.
And 140 West Houston.
And the other one is 138-140 West Houston. I mean, I could show you because I pulled it from land.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing. JDBN is a 138. We're gonna apply for the liquor license and combine it.
So what the liquor authority has on file for JDBN is 138-140 West Houston.
Yes, correct.
So it's already combined. It's already combined.
Yes, but
So-
I'm here just here for alterations for recombine it to let them community board notice to hear.
You're cleaning it up, in other
Yes.
words. That's what I thought. So just so I understand, so I can make record of this correctly,
Yes,
was it original? 138 is to the east, is the east side. Yes. Then 140
Mhm.
is where your main entrance is. And then the kitchen, is that in 142 technically? In the back of 142, because in this diagram,
The rest.
This one looks
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's 138.
Yeah, that's the.
This one looks like it's 140.
Yes,
This one then looks like it's 140.
no, that's the including the,
This is 140 also?
yes, correct.
Okay, so. Then, when you came to us. And hang on one second. You came to CB2 in 2016. To add the adjacent storefront. Um. And. Then you came in 2016 in October for JDBN to have the two storefronts. So what's happening, cause I think, like you said, you're trying to clean it up.
Yes.
Right?
correct.
So is the prep kitchen, is that new? Or has that been there still too, and that's? Cause the prep kitchen is in the front of 138.
Yes, we just created the new kitchen.
So that's kind of the new thing.
Yes,
The
correct.
other thing was combined a long time ago, but the licenses weren't cleaned up.
Yes.
So then what you're going to do is everything is going to be under the JDBN
Correct.
at 138, 140. You've got the two eating areas in the back,
Yes.
the one eating area in the middle, the prep kitchen in the front to the east, and the
Yes,
other
correct.
kitchen. Yeah, okay. And it's the same, and then you were just here in December for the class change, but that hasn't gone through yet.
Yeah, I was here and then we got approved by the class change to on-premise for liquor license.
Okay. They're not showing that on their website yet, but okay, so what this will be is you
Yeah, I
just,
just wanna clean up the first.
Yeah.
and Then I'll try to.
okay, so you'll get the same stipulations as you
Yes,
signed in
yes,
December again.
Correct.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Have I confused you thoroughly? Okay, okay, are we good? Is there anybody here on the public from this application? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so the next application is going to be Rokstar Chicken Noho Inc. doing business as Rokstar Chicken at 52 East 8th Street. This is a wine beer cider, the restaurant, it's a transfer and it's B2.
Just getting your voice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So my name is Sam Park again. I'm here for Rokstar Chicken Noho, and then we are applying for beer and wine license with these locations. Rokstar Chicken is currently operated at the 5 other location, the New York the franchise. And previously, this location was operated Pericana Chicken. That's also is a Korean franchise chicken place. And our operation is gonna be Sunday through Thursday, so 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. And we'll have on the background music only, no outdoor side seating and no backyard. And we have only 7 tables with the 16 seat and there's 1 bar and no seating area.
And no outside, right?
No outside.
And no patrons in the basement? No. Okay. Okay, so this is a transfer. The previous people closed at 11 o'clock. So,
2 a.m. is very late for that.
we can,
Only
yeah.
we just trying in the Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.
So Cormac, do you want to pick up a microphone and speak to that since?
I don't know since what, but I'm just saying that, you know, that strip of East 8th Street. Pretty dead at 2 a.m., like after 12, even on weekends. You have a lot of transient traffic and things, but most of the place is not open. And it is inside a residential building. Have you talked to the residents who live directly above about your?
We sent the community member, we sent all the email to them
Uh-huh,
and then we didn't get any response for.
from the, like the listed, like associations and
Yes,
things.
yeah.
Okay, so what about, as I said, that's a residential building, if you talk to the co-op or condo board, whatever it is in there?
This is only beer and wine license, so we actually we don't do that.
Okay, well. See, need to is a different question, right? Did you have the courtesy to talk to people about the fact that you wanna be open till 2 a.m. right under their bedroom windows? Was the question, and the answer is no.
Well, I'm the manager for the restaurant. I've met a lot of residents around the area. We kind of let them know that there could be some beer coming if we do get accepted, and they were somewhat excited about it. We're not looking for any like diners to sit for like an hour, quick like 30 minutes. You know, a little more, as you can see, it's more like a retro diner style.
Yeah, no, and I mean, you're missing my point. That's my concern, is that it isn't like a place where people long and sit down for a long time. It's a place where if you're open till 2, you may have people driving up, going in, right? In there for 20 minutes or so, having their chicken, having beer, coming out, going in and out, drinking beer, getting boisterous right underneath residential windows.
Mhm.
That's my whole concern.
Understood. One of the main reasons why we want to open late is because of the delivery orders that we could get. Similar to like Joe's Pizza, Skinny Louie, 7th Street Burger. That's more of our concept. And like the beer and wine would be just a extra option for that time. But I mean, we could work out the time situation, but as far as the store hours, we were just more focused on the delivery of the, the students and then the, residential around us.
Anthony?
For your online delivery. Online delivery currently, on the website has 12 a.m. max for
Sunday to Thursday.
Long Island City, Noho, and then Williamsburg is 11.
Mhm.
Douglaston 11:30, and you went the Bronx at 10:30, so you don't have any.
Those are, because so we're inside supermarkets. Where all of our concept is a takeout store inside of a supermarket. So when they close, then we kind of have to close. And we do not have any alcohol there. So they're all takeouts.
Yeah, so I think the point is the previous operator there closed at 11 p.m. and it's a residential area. And can you put your name on the record?
Mark Lee.
Okay, but you're not the principal.
Managing partner.
Okay,
Yes.
so your name isn't on the license, so are you able to make decisions about the license? Like if we are sitting here now and saying, can you agree to close at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock or
Yes,
1 o'clock?
100%.
You can.
So for my former job that I did, I used to be a partner at a place called Spot Dessert Bar, which is St. Mark's Place.
Uh-huh.
And I was able to sit in front of a CB3, and similar to beer and wine license, we were able to get it until 1 a.m. But it's a simple concept where super casual. It was only desserts and beer at the time, so I did that for 12 years, knowing the neighborhood. I know CB3, CB2 is very different, but just to let you guys know that I know the whole neighborhood, the students and whatnot. So yes, I can make decisions on.
Okay, so can we look at closing any earlier?
If we have to, yes. Well, the question is. Okay, well, the question is, can we open the store the time that we request, but the alcohol license could be earlier than what it is?
Is it possible?
No, so if you're saying, can you stop serving alcohol at 11 o'clock, but stay open till 2 o'clock?
Yes, just for food.
I think part of the issue is even if it is delivery, it's in a residential building with till 2 o'clock in the morning with delivery things going on is very disruptive to the people that live upstairs and adjacent as well,
Okay.
Yeah.
right? I mean, you know the block better than I do, but that I think would be the concern is they don't want all the ruckus of deliveries going back and forth until 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lois.
Oh,
You have a microphone.
Apropos of what Donna is saying, that the bike deliveries are noisy when they pick up, and then when they come back to the store to pick up again. And it is disconcerting to the people that live in the building and the children that are trying to sleep. So if you try to understand that, it's not so much the serving of the alcohol in your place, it's the noise and the talking going back and forth for the deliveries.
Midnight?
You're talking about midnight across the board, 7 days a week.
Uh-uh.
That's what's supposed to be, no, but other than council important.
Okay. Does anybody else in the committee have anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did he say yes?
Anybody from the public here on this? No. So midnight. It was, okay,
All across the board.
all across the board.
Okay.
But I think, you're the lawyer here, but I think when you're operating under the temp, it's gotta be the 11. Yeah, because it's a transit. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next application I'm going to call is Maayans Hospitality Group LLC doing business as wine at Maayans. Are they here? No, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, are you? Is your attorney here? I don't have to,
She's outside, I just called her.
okay, it's done. I was gonna call you now,
Yeah.
but if you don't wanna go now, I can
No,
call
I'm
you.
ready, I'm just gonna make sure that she's here, all right?
Okay,
Sorry.
or you know what? Let me do one before you and then
Okay.
I'll go back to you. Okay, so the next one I'm gonna call is Madhu Foods LLC at 496 LaGuardia Place. This is an on-premise food restaurant. Are they here? Yes, okay, that's number C8. You can call.
Is what I'm.
Think so, yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. Bill Dorn, attorney for the applicant Madhu Foods. Behind me is Isabella Maya, one of the owners of the establishment, located at 496 LaGuardia. This is an application for a restaurant liquor license. Isabel's actually, she flew in from Colombia to be here tonight. She's very excited about this restaurant that's going to be opening up. It's a restaurant liquor license with an operation that I think all of you will appreciate. It's a very quiet steakhouse, closing at 11:30 each night. No outdoor space, recorded music only. 10 p.m. on Sundays, so it's at 11:30 every night, but 11:30 Monday through Saturday, with Sunday being at 10 o'clock. Previously licensed space. I don't want to bore you with any more details, so I'll leave it to you.
Previously licensed for beer and wine only. I
Correct.
believe. Okay. 15 tables and 46 seats.
46 seats, no bar.
No TVs,
No
background, no events, is that? Why did I, yes, because that was good. No outside, any patrons in the basement?
No.
Okay,
Actually, I think there's a
is
bathroom.
there a bathroom?
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
patron
for the
bathroom, but
patron
no
bathroom.
seating downstairs.
Okay, no seating. Okay, does anybody from the committee? It's for a full liquor.
Full liquor, correct.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Smith.
Hi, are you planning on having outdoor seating?
No.
In the future?
No.
Thanks.
And is Isabella going to live here? Does she
Yes,
live here?
she's-
So you're going to be there managing?
On
everything?
the magic words from you guys, yes.
Yes,
Done.
go ahead.
Did you reach out to the neighborhood association Bleecker area resident?
Yes, it's in the back of the packet. We sent an email blast to all those associated, but didn't, so.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, Isabel reminded me that we got a response from one just telling us that it was out of their jurisdiction, so.
I was about to ask the question, did you reach out to any other?
The email blast that you see, I think it's the final page in the packet, was for those who we sent it to. It was about 3 or 4 associations.
Okay. Anybody else on the committee have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this? You? No, no,
I do.
yeah, no. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't live Silver West, which this is out of my area, but I did have an opportunity to speak at length with, the owner, your husband, Daniel. And brother, I'm sorry. While he was on the hunt for a space, to do this restaurant. So I liked the concept, he was very, effusive about, being in New York and doing this concept, which sounds very, very nice. I don't see any real difficulty because they don't want to be outside. It's a pretty high end and high concept. Well, high end meaning I'm delighted to have a steakhouse in the near area. Nothing goes better with the steak than martini. Yeah, just on the, long conversation I had with them, it seems like, a very forthright, new entrant to the scene down here, adult style.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Dr. Smith?
Since you mentioned it's going to be high end, I noticed that the menu does not have the price points, and tell us something about.
Estimation around $100 a person, the steakhouse.
Okay.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. The next one I'm going to call is Maayans Hospitality Group LLC, doing business of wine at Maayans. Here, hand it down to them down. Somebody down there, for sure to copy. That's. And again, if anybody's come in, since we started, if you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to us up here. Okay.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Yadin Sofer. I'm the applicant for 519 Broome Street, wine at Maayans, it's part of Maayans Hospitality Group. The establishment is going through extensive interior renovations today, and we're looking to open hopefully in early May. The concept is a wine and cheese bar. Signed the lease March 1st, 2026, and will operate as a very minimalistic wine bar in the city. It will be my personal first time operating a wine bar, but I've taken the ATAP course to better understand the rules and regulations about alcohol service. We also intend to hire experienced staff and managers to run the business. My background does come from operating experience, scaling other types of businesses in the technology industry. The team designing the interiors of this business are tied to Tier 1 establishments. They designed the Amman, the Four Seasons, and the W hotels. The wine bar itself is a special type of establishment. It serves, it spans less than 900 square feet, and it will be focused on a relatively narrow select list of quality cheeses and a charcuterie board. The customers will be able to choose their own cheese and wine combination, and they'll see it sort of plated and served on site. requesting a liquor license from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day. Now, we intend to only play background music and only indoors, no outdoor seating. We have spoken to the building residents and received their support, and also to the building owner. The indoor capacity will be 43 people. We have 2 customer restrooms and a designated cheese room where customers will go in and select from the fridges, cheeses that they want.
Okay, so there's no that the side yard, you're not using that side yard. There was a window, I think, or something that opens into that. Is that being all sealed up?
Yes, it's already been sealed up.
So it's just you're staying within that
Correct.
space, okay, and then, you have the bathrooms in the back, so the cheese room, just, what do people go into the cheese room?
Yeah, it's
Pick
just-
one And then,
Exactly. They go into the cheese room, there's refrigerators, they open, they pick out the cheeses, they bring it to the bar, which then just plate it to them and give them a cartoucherie board.
okay, so they pick out that's interesting, they
Yeah.
pick out their own cheese, nobody's back there then to.
Exactly, kind of like more of a market vibe.
Okay, all right, so the one thing I'm going to say is just what was there before the hours that's been there before. Was more, well, it started with 12 and 1 as opposed to the 2 o'clock. The 2 o'clock, I think 7 days is a little bit late. But, and then they went down to earlier hours because they were so problematic. So
Yeah.
when they first opened, it was 12 and 1. So is there any leeway on these hours is what I would ask here.
A request would be the 2 a.m. I do know that the previous tenants were problematic and we have no association to them at
Yeah.
all. We want a fresh start. But given that the concept is around sort of wine and cheese, it can go into those late nights, but the idea is more for like dates and a calm environment.
Yeah, you wanna say something?
If you want me to.
No, I mean, I think 2 o'clock, 7 days a week is unusual.
Yeah.
There.
It is.
So, you
Okay.
know, and those late night hours were problematic there in the operator before the prior operator. So, I'd like to see something earlier
Yeah,
for a number of the days, you know, especially Sunday to Thursday or Sunday to Wednesday or something. So, it would be nice to have somebody in there and it would be nice to have somebody doing something that's not problematic.
yeah.
So are you thinking 12 and 1?
I'm thinking 12 and 1 or.
Yeah, that would be,
That would work for you?
That would
Your business could function?
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, is anybody here from the public on this? Okay, so it would be 12 o'clock Sunday to Thursday and 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great, good luck with it.
Thank you very
It'd be nice to have something, you know, something good in there that is not problematic and works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. The next application is going to be Rokstar Chicken Noho, doing business as Rokstar Chicken 52.
We already
No, I did that one, I'm sorry, I'm on the next one. Bobby Lou's Enterprises, Inc. doing business as Bobby John's Pizza, 191 Grand Street. This is an on-premise for restaurant, it's a transfer.
That is item C4, Peter.
And the next one we're going to do, it's C3 and C4.
So this is Baby John, there's this,
This is Bobby Lou's Enterprises, Baby John Pizza, 191 Grand, yes.
Yeah, so that's C3, actually. My apologies.
C3.
does anyone want a printout?
Has anything changed?
Not since yesterday when we sent it in.
We also need that.
So good evening. Thanks. Are you want to
Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Ben Savitsky from the law firm Bernstein Raymer and Savitsky.
Closer to the mic.
I'm here tonight on behalf of Bobby Lou Enterprises, Inc. They do business as Baby John's Pizzeria. This is a full on-premise liquor license and it is a transfer application. The restaurant currently operates and has operated since 2023 at 191 Grand Street. That's Grand Street and the corner of Mulberry. This is Little Italy. Baby John's Pizza is a casual Italian restaurant. It has been operated by the same family, the DeLutro family, since it opened in 2023. We're also going to be talking about Bobby Lou's, which is next door, which is Cafe Palermo, which has been operated by the DeLutro family for 54 years. John, this is the new owner. This is Grace DeLutro. She has been working as a chef at the space since it opened, and she also works next door at Cafe Palermo as well. Everything is remaining exactly the same as it has been since it was granted in 2023. The setup is the same. We have 12 tables, 38 seats. There's no stand-up bar. There is a service bar so that they can serve at tables. The hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to midnight. And then on Friday and Saturday, we do 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. There's recorded background music only. They do have 2 TVs in there, but I was in there earlier and they show like the Food Network. That's the kind of place this is.
Is the sound off on the TV?
Sound is off with the television. It's usually just recorded background music. It's the radio in the background. They do about 2 private parties a month. That was from the previous stipulation. We are following all the rules of the previous stipulation for this one.
Okay, and is there outside?
So they do have a DOT approved sidewalk cafe. We did not include it in here because it was not approved at the time that we put this in. I just found out today that it actually was approved today for the current owner, and we are going to transfer it over. So we're going to have to give you the diagram for that. If I can send that to you tomorrow.
Okay, and then the previous steps from 2022 had the sidewalk seating closing at 11. Is that agreeable? That we
That's
just
fine.
stick with that?
Fine.
And go ahead.
But the doors, I understand, are closing at 10, right? The French window doors, things, according to this.
Yes, the doors and windows close at 10.
No, they don't have any French doors or windows. They do have a door to get into the place.
Okay, I'm just going by what was in the app. Okay, thanks.
Oh, does it say
I
that?
think they were just they were agreeing to close any windows that by
Yes.
10 p.m.
Okay, so yeah, so it'll just be the same steps that were signed in 22.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, are there any questions? Are there French doors?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? Anybody from the public on this one? No. Okay,
Next one.
next one. So the next one is Bobby Lou's Enterprise is doing business as the Cafe Palermo at 148 Mulberry.
Item C4.
Item C4, it's an on-premise for a restaurant. Transfer.
Thank you.
Like what the fuck?
No, we'll share.
Okay. So good evening again. This is Cafe Palermo, which has been there for 54 years, John. John DeLutro is the general manager and has been there since it opened. You'll see a big sign on the outside that says Cannoli King. This is the Cannoli King right here. It's been an institution of Mulberry Street for 54 years. And is a big part of the San Gennaro Festival that happens every year. John is actually on the committee for San Gennaro, and he's very proud of that. Again, these 2 restaurants were owned by the same entity, so it's just being transferred. It's a transfer application. This is at 148 Mulberry Street. That is on Mulberry. It's just the backside of that other restaurant that we were just talking about. Grace is going to be the owner here as well, and she does work there as well. It has 64 seats and 15 tables, just like the other place. They don't have a stand-up bar. They do have a service bar. Probably the drink that they serve most is Sambuca, which goes with the cannolis and all the Italian desserts. You can take a look at the menu that we provided. It's Italian staples, pretty much just 1 page, and then it's about 3 or 4 pages of desserts. And that's really what the people go there for. It is a big tourist destination on Mulberry Street, and the people are really excited to go there. This license as I said, has been there for 54 years, and it is a 4 AM license. You could ask Grace, they don't usually stay open until 4 AM every day, but the 4 AM is very, very important during San Gennaro, because it is where people go after hours to kind of hang out, so they would like to preserve 4 AM, but they do not generally close at 4 AM daily.
Okay, so the one thing I am going to just say is that with the original application that we got in 1997.
Mhm.
It said it said dessert cafe, 74 people from 12 PM to 1 AM, and then the renewal in 2010 said 11 AM to 2 AM.
It has been operated as a
Yeah.
4 AM license, but they do close at 2 AM.
So can we agree to 2 AM?
Can we keep the 4 AM on the weekends or Friday, Saturday, just for San Gennaro, so that we can
Can
have?
we keep it on the weekends for San Gennaro?
I don't know that we can legally do that for a specific festival. You know, I don't know how. to
So,
think of
all
it.
right, so then what if, can we legally say 4 AM on Friday and Saturday and then put another stipulation? So you'd have a separate stipulation that says the 4 AM would only be used during San Gennaro. In other words, your hours would be 4 AM
Yeah.
on Friday and Saturday, but there would be another stipulation on it that would say that outside of San Gennaro, it closes at 2
We're
AM
okay
and
with
then, are you okay with that? Okay.
Good. Sure.
Is that gives you what you're using it
It gives
for,
us the flexibility that we need.
right, that you wanted when you use it. Okay, does anybody from the committee, Dr. Smith?
Grace, are you going to be in both of those restaurants, and how is that going to work?
How is that? I would say how. They're right next to each other. They're 10 feet away.
Are you Grace?
Oh, I'm, my wife. My wife's got a mouth.
I just had a major surgery, so he just wants to speak for me,
okay.
that's all.
So you go ahead and let your husband speak for
Go ahead.
that's fine.
The last 32 years, I worked from 10 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock midnight. I haven't taken a day off. I hope to run more places. And it's possible from only 5 feet away from each other. I mean, you do get slow hours in the afternoon where you can take a break and go next door and come back. And my cafe has lines every day from the tourists. We get 4 or 5 hour lines every day.
Grazie.
And I'm just double checking, this place does have French windows and they close at 10, yeah?
We don't open them.
You don't open the
No,
windows?
not at all.
Okay, but you'll stick to the 10.
We'll stick to
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to vote for the application on the condition that you take a vacation.
And Grace with you.
Yes, thank you,
Okay, anybody else? I think we're good, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so then, joined by Carter Booth on the committee. Okay, so the next one, Mark.
I'm sorry. Are we up?
Yep,
Okay.
so we're gonna call, I think we're up, NADC New York LLC doing business as NADC Burger, 25 Cleveland Place. Under cider for a tavern, item B1.
Another community board meeting.
Fun.
A little short on.
I don't,
I know.
if there's anybody here who wants to speak on an application, fill out the speaker card, you can.
All right, hi everyone again, Phil Dorn, attorney Pizetsky and Bookman, representing the applicant. Behind me are Gavin Humes and Eugene Williams, owner and operator of NADC Burger. We were here before you last month. This matter was put over till tonight to address some concerns that the committee and the public had. We hope that we've addressed those concerns. So I'm happy to discuss them tonight. Just a reminder, This is an application for a burger restaurant that has been open and operating for almost a year already. They have been operating with great success without any complaints. It's been a nice addition to the neighborhood. This is an application for beer and wine only, not full liquor, just beer and wine for a place that's been open for a year. Just wanted to throw that back out there. There were a few main concerns that were raised last month. The first one hopefully we can just cross off pretty quickly, which is the legality of the use of the backyard. We submitted, we weren't planning, I was planning on just presenting it to you tonight, but I know Francine asked for it just before the meeting, so I hope you had a chance to see it. A document showing that the backyard can legally be used for eating and drinking. So unless you have any questions about that, I'm not a land use attorney. We're here for liquor, but we've been told by our land use attorney that the space is able to be used for eating and drinking, and the document there proves that fact. I'll leave that for now, and if you have any questions, I'll do my best to address them. You look like you're about to say something, Donna.
Yeah, so, yeah, I was gonna ask about the emergency egress on that backyard. How do people get out of the backyard? Because there's,
If you're looking at the approval with conditions, if you're looking at, is that what you're looking at, where there are 6 conditions?
see,
It's the front page of the document we sent.
approved plan set, that one, 6 plan.
Yeah. I don't know what it's titled, but it says ZRD1 response form at the top. It's the front page. It's the approval for the use of the space as an eating and drinking establishment, and it says it's approved with 6 conditions. We've had it confirmed by the land use attorney that all 6 conditions have been met, including any egress conditions. If you want, I can read them out to you. It's that there are no rear facing dwelling units on the ground floor, that the dining area be limited to tables and chairs, that there are no combustible materials permitted within 3 feet from the property line, that the applicant provides supporting documentation to the DOB indicating that the existing egress balconies between 23 and 25 Cleveland and the egress route to the street have not been modified, and that the egress shall be recorded with the DOF. Like I said, this goes well beyond my expertise as the liquor attorney, but the land use attorneys have confirmed that all 6 of these have been met, and this use is confirmed to be okay.
The emergency egress question was, if there are fire escapes that drop down into there, everybody goes down, there's no exit signs, and nobody knew where that exit was. And if they've been open and operating for some time, that should be very clear to everybody in case there was.
I still don't follow the question.
The question is, how do you get out of the backyard if you come down the fire escape? Where is the marked exit? That was the question that was asked last time and they didn't know the answer. So it should be very clear. Usually you can push through all the way out, right? So in the normal rear yard where you have fire escapes that come down, people immediately know where they go and they can push through because there's push bar locks.
Sure.
So there's nothing blocking. So that was our question.
Yeah, I don't know where the emergency egress to the backyard is.
So, and that was the concern that we had. That was one of the questions that we were hoping would be answered tonight that we left the last time with. That was very clear.
To my knowledge, that maybe I misunderstood you last time, Carter. I did not know that was an outstanding question. I thought the question was just in general, that was this space able to be used for eating and drinking?
It was both
Okay.
questions, so, okay. Dr. Smith?
Is there any reason you could not have brought the expert that you referenced to come with you tonight to explain?
This is a liquor license process. We don't have the land use attorney on call. I wish we did.
Okay, so we've possibly answered whether this is legally usable or not, but we still don't know where emergency egress is, so that would make it, that's a problem. Just.
A problem for who precisely? For you or for SLA or for?
Use the fire escape, but not for you, I mean, it's a life safety risk
Of
as
course, but
if that's how they get out of their buildings with.
that's
Right,
that's not a liquor license concern.
Well, if they're using the rear yard and they're blocking the egress, that is a liquor licensing concern. At least for some people it might be.
But if whether or not there's a burger establishment inside, that doesn't change
It
the
changes
layout.
if they closed it off or they're using it, so. There is a necessity to provide the egress if that's where the egress is, I would think.
I don't know if I agree with that, because if the restaurant is vacant, there's still, that doesn't change
But
the
then it makes
nature of
it
the
not their responsibility, it makes it the landlords, because there is no tenant in their responsibility. That's how I would see that. They're the tenant that's in there. So if there's no restaurant in there and it's blocked off, then I would think if somebody's complaining, they will go to the landlord and complain to the landlord. Now they will go and complain to them because it's their space from.
I think this is an agree to disagree, because I really, I don't see it.
It's a simple question, where's the exit and why can nobody find
I
it?
told you, I don't know the answer to where the exit
Okay,
is.
and we asked the same question, I asked the gentleman, the applicant, that exact same question, he said he wasn't sure if that door was or wasn't, but he'd find out. So we're here a month later and
We don't know.
I don't even know.
That was a misunderstanding of what the outstanding question was, Carter.
I'm with my family, I'm in the backyard. I
Sure.
have kids with me, and suddenly there's some panic of a fire or even a heart attack, someone has a heart attack and you want to flee. How are you getting out?
We go out the front door.
All those people go out through the little door?
Yes, that's the exit. I mean, I don't see how this is any different from any other establishment where this question doesn't get asked. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna just say, the point of the question is, when the business is closed, you can't get out of the rear yard. They have exclusive control of the rear yard. Anybody coming down the fire escape is going into the rear yard, which is their exclusive space. That's the concern, and there's.
Right,
no
if there wasn't a
exit
business
out.
there, then
No, there's, from our understanding, there's supposed to be an exit to the street. And that's.
From the yard.
From the yard, not for the business's use, for the people who are in the building.
I understand that, but my
And so
point
if the buildings, if the business is closed, how do you get out of there? That's
so
ultimately
if the
where
building is vacant, how do they get out of there?
Same question, but right now, they're the
That's a
leasee of
question
the
for
rear, no, they're the
building
leasee of the rear yard, right? That's the space that people have to cross over. That's what it is. And if they've blocked the exit, or if something was removed during a renovation, or if somebody was repairing it, or somebody painted the wall, or whatever it is.
Given that this was approved by DOB, I don't think that's the case. There's no blockage. You have the approval in front of you.
That's an approval for the use for eating and drinking, not for the exit. It's a simple.
Which
question.
one of
I
the
mean,
conditions is egress. I mean,
life safety obviously is
Of course, I'm not
always.
trying to diminish
and
life
it's a
safety.
simple question, how do you get out, or do they not require it? But yeah, any which way, that rear yard is leased by your client. And without knowing that, when you have a fire escape that drops down into that space, where do they go?
when a tenant takes a lease, they are not told what the surrounding buildings, fire escapees, where they must go. That's not something that is in the ordinary course of business.
So just give me one. On number five of the 6 points, it says the applicant shall provide supporting documents indicating that the existing egress balconies between 23 Cleveland Place and 25 Cleveland Place and the egress route to the street have not been modified or have been approved by the department. It appears that the egress balconies and the egress route between the buildings to the street have been modified as per HPDI card. If the egress balconies and the egress route have been modified, the applicant shall include this modification as part of the scope of work for further review. So it sounds like they've been, I mean, again, I'm certainly not But it sounds like they've been modified and then. And
Donna,
yeah,
it's my understanding that you're supposed to have two means of egress from a backyard to the front street. Not one.
That's not necessarily
Not ne-
true. I'm not, that's not what's
Yeah.
in dispute. What's in dispute is how does the fire escape? If somebody comes down there, how do they get out? And I think what Donna just read, and she's read this, usually I'm the one who reads it and brings this up, not her. But that's exactly the point, is that nobody checked it. They just said that that has to be
Well,
done.
they,
Right?
that's not true, because they did check, they indicated that they noticed it, and it was approved regardless. This is a document from 2021 that was approved, this isn't even our filing.
So if there's a fire and the business is closed and there's a tenant that cannot get out, I would imagine that your clients would be liable to some degree for those folks not being able to get out. How would that not be the case?
I don't know the answer to that, because I'm not a DOV expert, that's
Okay,
not.
but if the owners of the restaurant, quote, trap the folks who can't get out, then that's a problem.
I understand that. I really understand the concern that you're raising. I'm not trying to diminish it. What I'm trying to say is that is not something as for a beer and wine application that we would even have in the scope of our knowledge.
okay, so let me go on to the other problems with the speaker. So, no, let's just, what are the hours now? Cause I think that was another thing we had, and maybe there's been a change in that or not.
Yes,
So
the
let's
hours-
just clarify that.
The hours were originally proposed to be 2 AM. We have amended them to be 12 AM indoors and 10 PM outside.
Okay, and 12 every night?
Yes. Again, this is,
Okay, and then have the speakers that are proposed to be outside been removed from the outside, or are we still proposing speakers?
no, we're still proposing speakers because they've been there for a year.
Yeah,
without
but-
issue.
Okay, and so, and just then to be clear from the other issue with the rear yard is that it's surrounded by a bunch of residents. Those residents are low down. If you can turn around and say it's been operating for a year, but it hasn't been operating with people sitting out there having beer at the same time, and nobody's gonna sit outside for hours having their burger. They're gonna go, there's plenty of other places there to do, but people are gonna sit outside for hours on a nice summer day, having a second or third beer out there. So I don't think you can say because there hasn't been any problems for a year, that it's gonna remain not having any problems in a courtyard surrounded by residents where we have tons of letters of people that are concerned about this. And then the other issue that we have gotten letters about that I don't believe was raised last time is how are they venting everything, because a number of people are complaining about the smell of the burgers coming into their apartments, which has nothing to do with the beer and wine, isn't going to impact that one way or the other, but that's a problem and they haven't worked that out.
My argument or my position on the first point is that I genuinely do believe that the addition of beer and wine is not going to make people sit there for hours. This is a place where you order a beer and a burger at the counter and it gets brought out to you. Or I'm sorry, you wait for it, you grab it at the counter, you bring it outside. It's not a bar. You don't sit there, you don't order from a waiter, you don't say another round. It's not like that. You go to the counter, you order a burger and a beer, you sit outside and you leave. That's how they operate at their other restaurants.
So, okay, then they have the happy hours at the other restaurants from 9 until close. So
Sure.
how is that's what they're doing at the other places, they're just all shaking their heads, yeah, so. You're telling me that isn't encouraging people to sit outside in the backyard from 9 until close?
Happy hour is to encourage
People to
during
come,
slow times of the business.
but that's 9 until close. I mean, that's what
But
they
that's
have
not what
on their
we're-
other
but
locations,
that's not
9
what we're
until
doing
close,
here.
so they're not gonna have happy hour from 9 till close?
Correct, we're happy to stipulate to that.
Are they not gonna have happy hours?
I think we'd like to have a
I
happy
mean,
hour
they've been
earlier
doing
in the
okay,
day.
you've been saying they're doing fine for the past year with.
Well, we're adding
without
alcohol.
The alcohol, so.
Is happy hour until 7 PM going to hurt anyone? I don't mean to be rude about it, but I don't think that's the crux of the issue here.
So they won't have any happy hours 9 to close. The crux of the issue is really the rear yard. I mean, just the noise in the rear yard is for all these residents, is a real problem. I'm just, you know, this isn't, you've heard us here before, this isn't the first time we've said this, and it's surrounded by residents.
Right, we
And it's-
spent the last 30 days trying to speak to the residents. We spoke to the few people that came here last month. One didn't even respond to us. One, we had productive conversation with. We were hoping that he appeared tonight. I don't know if he's here. But we have come down on our ask in an attempt to compromise. I mean, we also have Sean Sweeney's Soho Alliances. They wouldn't give a letter of
No,
support,
well,
but they
not,
gave
he clarified
know,
that,
yeah.
he is not going to do that because he said that.
Well,
actually, he was
I have a
little-
letter from him that says, I do not object to your application.
That's not.
That's not exactly the letter that he wrote.
That I'm happy to read it.
I know what letter you have, so
I mean, if he went behind our back and wrote a second letter saying I take back what I said, but didn't send that to us, that would be a shame for Sean to do.
He said that he was, no objection doesn't mean he approves, it means he's not objecting to it, but he said he's deferring to, because he found out that all the residents that lived around there, after he sent the letter to you, were in objection to it, and therefore he was deferring to them because they are the ones that are most impacted, and he did not realize, and he felt a little bit, that everything.
When did he say that?
When did he say that? April 5th.
Okay, well, it's a shame that he would do that and not
Well,
send
he's
to us.
doing it because he was not aware of all the facts.
Right,
that
but
he-
But we
that's-
had an ongoing dialogue with him where we got a letter from.
Right, and he was
That's-
led to
a
believe,
shame.
he was led to believe that, yes.
You know, also Sean is the Soho Alliance and this is outside of Soho, so it's a bit of a stretch when Sean's 6 blocks away to sort of. I think he probably realized he
Well-
wasn't an accurate gauge of that street.
Well,
Just to be fair, Shauna's organization has commented regularly on issues around Petrosina Square, which this is on, so just.
thank you.
Fortunately, we heard.
Go ahead, close.
From what I'm reading, Sean's letter says, so I could support your application for an OP. I hope
That's
it's
an
in this
old
right.
letter.
He updated.
But it says if you refrain from outdoor dining component,
If there's an
and that's the
updated,
backyard.
There's an updated.
there's an updated.
There's an
letter.
updated
That's-
letter as
yes.
well.
He just said then later, I saw the building surrounding the backyard had indeed objected to the outdoor space, so for her to say there were no complaints, he felt was disingenuous. That was, because he said he heard there were no complaints, and that he just is. He's deferring
Deferring
to everybody who
everyone.
who is actually more impacted.
Sure.
Once he
We wish
realized
he had
that
sent
they
that to us, but that's
immediately
neither here
impacted,
nor
and
there.
that was after he wrote to you.
So we had additional conversations, like I mentioned, with the gentleman who was here last month. It was a productive conversation. I don't know if he's here tonight. We'd love to hear from him if he's here. But, you know, we have attempted to try to compromise. We've brought the hours down. You know, if there's something else we can do that's within the realm of possibility, we are all ears. You know, there was discussion of how we can help with Petrosino Square. We obviously cannot do that, you know, legally, we can't do that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm glad we can put that one aside, but that being said, you know, we're willing to work with the neighbors and work with people. But
Would you
we hope that
remove
there
the
can be,
speakers from the rear yard?
we'd like to have a little soft music out there, as there
I'm
has.
sure the people that live right there would like to not have the soft music in addition to the grease smell in their apartment. I'm sorry, but I mean, they live there. They're trying to exist in the city that is noisy all over the place all the time, and now you want to put music right outside the
Not
window.
now, we did a year ago,
I'm just, it's.
but
Yeah, look, if you're looking to compromise on a rear yard that nobody wants anybody sitting in from 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, 12 hours of their day, their house is right there. Do you want them in your backyard? I mean, I don't want them in my backyard. Nobody, for the business, it's great, but they're in the middle of residence. They're not out, we're not even talking about the sidewalk. This is really intrusive to people that live right there. I mean, and they don't have anywhere else to go. I mean, that's their home, so they won't be able to open the windows because the people will be outside. And there will be more people outside with the alcohol. I'm sure there will be more people outside with the alcohol, so. I just, and then you want to have the speakers on top of it. I mean, you've already got the noise of how many people are out there, and then you want to have the.
Can I
speakers
have a
on top
minute
of it.
to
Yes, sorry.
discuss?
Sorry,
No, you don't have to apologize, guys. Can I just have a minute to discuss with my team?
yes. Yeah.
All right, we're happy to agree to it.
Thank you. And so there's 44 seats out there?
Yes. It's 20 tables. There was a typo on the agenda. It said 2.
I mean. Is there any reduction in seats out there? Because without the rear yard, you don't have a restaurant because there's only. I mean,
That's
I guess
correct.
the
Without the
point,
rear yard, we
16.
don't have a restaurant.
So
Yeah,
burgers,
right.
people eat quickly and they go, or they take their burgers and they go someplace else. They get them to go, they eat them quickly.
I don't get.
I mean, it's again. Restaurants used to be inside and then the accessory, the little added thing was outside. Or it was in a legitimate rear yard with a proper exit and everything else, which we have a few of in our district. Or whether it's on the sidewalk, it's usually it's not the main crux of where you're basically operating
Of
your
course,
business.
that is a little more applicable when it's a sidewalk cafe, when someone is asking for 50 seats on a sidewalk. But this backyard is there. This is there, and they shouldn't be penalized for it being there.
Well, isn't it a non-conforming use? I mean, it's.
Is it covered in any way during the colder months and when it rains and will there
No,
be heaters or?
people won't be outside when it's.
So
when
there's
it's
no
bad
cover
weather.
and no heaters,
Correct.
no
It's-
heaters.
It's not for a bad weather seating.
Yeah, I mean,
So you could stipulate that the rear yard would be closed
no,
certain months
I
of the
mean, if
year?
someone wants to sit outside in the rain and eat a burger. We're
and I'm
not.
just gonna say, we don't have any letters of support, just to make you very aware of that, there isn't one letter we received in support of this application from all your outreach and everything else, not one. So, I mean, I understand the business wants this, but clearly none of the residents, of which there are a lot, it's not like there's 2 residents and you're in the middle of a commercial district, want this there. I
Okay.
realize it's just beer and wine,
Yep,
and I realize
it is.
nobody cares for, but
This
that's
is,
not,
as you know, this is the opportunity to come to some sort of compromise here on a beer and wine license, so we don't wanna have to take this to the liquor authority. Of course, we're willing to if we can't find some sort of middle ground.
and the doors are closing at 9 o'clock. 9 PM,
The French press?
yeah, the whole
Yeah.
open facade that goes
Yeah.
on, okay. Okay, we have members of the public here, so I'd like to go to them unless somebody else has something they need clarified before we go to the public. No, okay. Go to the public. Georgette.
Georgette Fleischer, president of Friends of Petrosino Square and resident with my 2 young daughters at 19 Cleveland Place. I'm very relieved that the amplifiers or loudspeakers are removed. I continue to have serious concerns about fire safety back there. The gentleman who spoke from the Pazetsky law firm misspoke when he said that this was approved by the DOB in 2021. On February 2nd, 2021, this application was disapproved by the DOB. In March 26th of 2023, the applicants then got a reconsideration that approved it with conditions. The conditions that I'm going to read were provided to me by the applicant or someone working for the applicant. And the one that really concerns me is one that's labeled number 4. This is regarding lifting a zoning restriction that wouldn't allow this normally. It says all egress, an egress easement has been recorded under, and then it gives the letters and the numbers, to allow tenants at 25 Cleveland Place to access a second floor corridor of 23 Cleveland Place through the fire escape that leads down one flight to the street. I was on the premises this afternoon at about 4:30, and I took photographs of the backyard, from the backyard, which show what Donna is talking about with all of the residences that are abutting this, hole in the donut, and how high up some of them go. I mean, that area in there is really going to be a kind of echo chamber. But I also took a photograph, which I did send very late to the committee, of these fire escapes. And I'm looking at this photograph very carefully, and I see the emergency door in 23 Cleveland Place. This is in the back of 23 Cleveland Place, which is a 3-story building that has no fire escapes whatsoever. This, like 25 Cleveland Place, has had multiple stop work orders, et cetera, for all sorts of things. And I should say that I've been in these buildings personally a number of years ago when they were owned by Joseph Zaza, and I can say that the construction of these buildings is very creaky. We're talking about residential units where the floors are sloping way down, and it's not a very secure sort of situation. But I'm looking at this photograph that I sent to the committee, where I see the emergency exit door in 23 Cleveland Place, and I see 2 fire escapes on the back of 25 Cleveland Place. One going from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, and one going from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. But where the residents would be transferring themselves, moving from 25 Cleveland Place, is completely blocked by a big black flue for the exhaust from the kitchen. And it's also blocked by 2 white, I don't know if they're generators or if they're cooling systems, and they've got a whole snake of black covered wires there. There is no way for a person to get from 25 Cleveland Place over to 23 Cleveland Place. And that's aside from the fact that this whole thing here that I read to you is completely convoluted. It makes no sense whatsoever. In the case of a fire, you have to get down to the street. You have to get out to the street. You don't go to the building next door that could be burning just as easily as the building that you're in, and then not have a way to get to it. And then how are you going to go in the middle of the building, through the building, to go down to the street? This is completely, totally, it's a cockamamie idea. And I actually feel that this reconsideration approval that came on March 26, 2023 should really be audited by the Department of Buildings. I question the wisdom of this approval that happened after an unapproval. I don't see any justification for it having been approved. And everyone in the neighborhood, I'm hearing from a lot of people in the neighborhood, those of us who live in 19 Cleveland Place, 21 Cleveland Place, we are concerned about fire back there. We're really concerned about this. That's my main concern at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Have any of the tenants or your association requested a visit from the fire department?
We haven't yet. I've been very distracted myself because my elder daughter's had some health issues.
Sure.
So I haven't had a chance. And I don't know if the fire department is the appropriate entity.
There's a form online that you can fill out, and they respond with questions. Yes.
So this is through 311.
No, this is through the fire department website.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
Okay,
give you
fine.
Georgette's email.
Yes.
Kate will
Great.
email.
Yeah, I am very concerned about this, and I would really like to have it
Okay,
checked out.
the owners of the restaurant can do it as well, too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Okay, is there anybody else here from the public to speak on this? No. Okay,
That was a lot of DOB, and FDNY talk that goes far beyond all of our purviews here. If you guys, if we get to the point of a recommendation of approval, we can very simply put in a stipulation that says the applicant will agree, which, by the way, the applicant legally has to do when it gets a liquor license, certifies that it will abide by all local laws and regulations, zoning laws, and et cetera. I mean, we must, we will not get this liquor license, and we cannot legally operate with a liquor license if we don't abide by all zoning laws and regulations. That's the law. So we, of course, would be happy to stipulate to that.
Carmen, you do.
No, I'm glad that you are, and I appreciate the point I think you were trying to make, which is the limited expertise we all have about this matter. I just want to correct your language. Matters of public safety have always been within our purview in deciding liquor licenses.
Of course.
And, okay.
Okay, so just to. Well, before, I just want to make sure we're clear on where we're at. So the hours on the outside in the rear yard close at 10 PM every night. And the hours on the inside are 12 AM every
Correct.
night. And the doors in the front close at 9 PM every night. And the music is background only on the interior. And there's no speakers on the exterior.
Correct.
And there's no heaters, air conditioners.
Are you saying that as if you do not like open up?
Yes.
Right now, there are not.
Is there an intent? I mean, I would put in a stipulation that says that there's not gonna be heaters, so if you want heaters. But. It's a different thing. To me.
Yeah, that we'd like to be able to put a heater out there.
Okay, so I'm just saying that it's disingenuous to sort of say, I mean, they may not have heaters here, but when somebody says, and somebody asks where they go, oh, they're heaters. They're not heaters right now, but the intention is probably to heat it in the fall, and so that.
That wasn't an attempt to be disingenuous.
Okay.
That was an indication of what is there right now, but also me not wanting to have to lock in a certain type of operation for the rest of time. If it's a little chilly and they want to put a heater out there, that wasn't an attempt to
Okay.
be sly about it.
So. And then there's no happy hours after
we'll-
9 o'clock.
Sure. Can we make that alcohol happy hours? I mean, sometimes they do discounted food.
Sure. Is that go to happy hour? Anyway, yes, I'll put alcohol, no alcohol happy hours. Okay, is there anything that I missed?
Those heaters can't be within 3 feet of a building.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
So we have about 18 to 20 opposition letters. And some of those represent more people than the letter itself, so I think that that's going to come up in our business session discussion, right? And so is there anything that you guys want to address about that, or say, just, I would make sure, just, because that's what Donna had inferred earlier, is a large number of letters. So is there anything else to address?
We didn't receive those letters, and so we don't know who those people are to reach out to. We reached out to the people who showed up at the meeting, and we didn't really get responses from many. We had, like I said, we had a productive conversation with some, and just one is here tonight, so that's all I can speak to.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, the next application is going to be Bad Manners New York City LLC, doing business as Bad Manners at 25 Great Jones. That is number C5.
Yeah.
No, there actually was one change. I just added a photo in there. It's like a rendering.
Okay.
Which one is this, Batman?
Bad Manor C5.
Thank you.
You know what, I do have one extra copy here.
Yeah.
All right. Bill Dorn. Bill Dorn, attorney, Pizetsky and Bookman, attorney for the applicant, behind me, Ilya Lechtenfeld, the owner, and Heston Artem behind me, part of the operations team. This is a restaurant liquor license at 25 Great Jones. The idea is to open a Michelin star level restaurant, but without the hassle or the cost or the 3-hour commitment that often accompanies it. Everything will be a la carte, but it will be presented in the same way as if you were to receive it at a fancy Michelin star restaurant like a Le Bernardin. You know, the dishes that you can typically only receive in a long-winded tasting menu. The idea is to bring it to a more in a more approachable and welcoming way. The star of the show, that the whole beauty behind this place is our communal table that, as I mentioned, Donna, I added a rendering of. It's right after the floor plans in the packet. It is a snaking standing communal table downstairs. Most of this space is subterranean, and the entirety of the space is soundproofed. Down there, people will stand at the communal table and they will dine. The idea is that it's luxury eating, but quick, as opposed to a 3-hour sit down meal. It's 30 to 45 minutes. You're standing with your companions, you're eating these dishes that you probably couldn't get otherwise, and then you're leaving. Midnight hours each night. As I mentioned, the space is fully soundproofed. There's no outdoor space. Just background recorded music only. I know there might be concerns with a standing table. I do just want to highlight that this space is fully ADA accessible. And although it's a standing communal table, at the end of the table, it kind of dips down to allow for seating for those who want or need to sit while eating. I would like to note that we have a letter of support from the condo board at 25 Great Jones that was included in our package. The team also spent a lot of time meeting with local residents nearby. They hosted a Zoom meeting for all people to participate in, to voice their concerns. They even did a walkthrough with some of the residents today. I was told that went well, though if there is anyone from the public here, we would love to hear from them. And so I know there might be questions about this kind of novel concept, so we're open to any questions and here to answer them.
Okay, the hours were?
Midnight.
12 to 12.
Yes.
Okay, so I think you somewhat answered a bunch of my questions, but 9 tables and 16 seats is what it says, but the 16 seats are taken on the 4 tables that I see when you first come in. And then I see another table with 6 people. And
Yeah,
then
there are a couple small tables and then there.
There's a big table with 6 people. So that
Yeah.
puts us to 22. And then when you go downstairs. Okay, so let's just deal with upstairs. Upstairs, you have those 4 tables, all the tables, from what I read, are all high top. The official tables, they're all high top.
Yeah, right. There's one regular height table
Which is
in the
Where?
private dining room downstairs.
Which is by the emergency exit? Is that what that's, cause that, we can't read that. Just even if you blow it up, the
Yes,
type
correct.
isn't clear. So that's the private dining.
Yes, there's a 4 top back there.
Okay, and that's not high top. Okay, and then the 6-person high top table looks to be blocking the elevator. So I'm just pointing that out because if I understand what the dotted sweeping line means, that looks like that's a door or something.
right,
I don't
that's a-
know,
that's
but
a- That's a poor architecture drawing because the door doesn't swing out.
right,
Okay.
so they can get it,
If I
yeah.
may just interrupt
Yeah,
you
go
for just a
ahead, go ahead.
second. So there is an ADA accessible elevator that we do not intend to use for customer facing purposes, but we'll be installing an ADA lift to the existing staircase. That way we can allocate that table for 6 high top chairs there.
Okay. All right, and so then when you come down the staircase and you're in the lower level, I wasn't clear by the pictures. Is there a bathroom? The bathroom, where does that staircase dump you?
So as we go down the stairs, there is a little, we can refer to it as a hallway.
Yeah, do
leading
you
into-
see where we have it marked off as access to ground
Yep.
floor?
Yep.
That's the staircase right in the middle that dumps you off directly in the middle of the premises.
Right,
So then you walk towards the snaking table in the middle. Do you see that?
so when I'm looking at this picture that
Uh,
shows a restroom, I'm trying to figure out where the staircase is in relation to this picture.
You are looking at that from the stairs.
Okay, so the staircase. Okay. I think,
So over 3,000 square feet.
Yeah.
That's fine. So
okay. And then you have the snaky table. So how many people, what is the occupancy here? 100 and,
yeah, I think it's like 140.
okay. So how many people would be downstairs? What, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of the space since it's all standing.
yeah, of course. So all together, we don't expect to have more than 80 to 90 guests in the premises at once. We do anticipate to have 20 to 25 staff members at a time. So we will be applying for a new certificate of occupancy. Currently, it's reading at 74 for retail purposes. Of course, as we're going into fine dining, we will be applying for a new one with closer to 140.
Okay. Okay, and then. For me, I'm just gonna point out that the fine dining, I understand that. The easier way to order and not having to do a full fine dining meal, but I find all the standing associated with the fine dining to be very much more like. A lounge bar hangout with some fine dining things than it is for fine dining, so I.
I understand the concern because it's standing, but it's not a bar. It's fine dining with waiter service only. There's no bar.
So everybody who's standing still gets everybody's waiter service, but they're also standing.
And if I may also add, we're also not doing a customer facing bar. There will only be a service then. So we do encourage, everyone to.
So are people gonna have little flags? How are you gonna tell you're moving customers? I mean, it doesn't make much sense.
Something along.
Because it's not unless it's assigned places, and also, how long are you expecting people to stand for? What's your?
Meals will be from 30 to 45 minutes.
So
for the entire
that's a
experience.
long time for people to stand.
Well,
And it also, just on top of that, I look at this and it seems a little bit, while meeting sort of a letter of accessibility. It with all these high tops and standing room, it's not very accessible as a restaurant because a lot of people. Certainly, in the surrounding
Well,
area.
that's why
can't
it's
stand
designed
for that long.
Of course, but
For
people-
fine dining. It's just unusual.
that's why we have seating options for those that cannot stand that long, but
Or prefer not to.
or prefer not to. But the business model is for a quicker standing meal, and so that's the idea behind it.
Donna?
Yeah.
I'm curious, do you have a time limit
No,
at the table?
no, it's comfortable.
So how do you know they're gonna stay for 35 minutes? Maybe they'll stay longer. What are you gonna do?
Well, it's centered around the meal, so it's an à la carte meal, and once customers are finished with their food, they might finish up their drink, but at the end of the meal is when they leave. It's not a place for people to belly up and drink.
And if I may just add to that, our idea is also for our guests to order ahead of time. A lot of times when you sit down in a restaurant, you get to keep the menu, you get to add a few things, get to decide and pick at the end. Our goal is really to show the menu to the guests right up front, have the full order, have them commit to that, and then that's the menu that they will enjoy. So in that sense, while there's no limit for the time that they can be enjoying their experience, there is a limit of what they've ordered, what they've paid for, and what they will be receiving.
What if they want some more?
Or they're not gonna be limited, or they're not gonna be told they can't have more, but it's,
When they order, is it a screen to order?
no, it's through a human.
So they order ahead of time before they come? Or- So is it reservation only then?
No, it's both walk-in and reservation,
But before you walk in, you have to order?
Not before you.
before you sit.
Before you.
Well, nobody
Or-
sitting. I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, how does that work? Because nobody's sitting, so before you order your drink, you order your,
Greeted. Once you're greeted, you get to choose from the menu what you would like to enjoy, you get to decide in and there, get to close your tab, and then those dishes will come to you.
You don't have a drinks menu. Is there any,
no, yeah, wait a second, okay, you have to be called on, go ahead, Dr. Smith, go ahead.
right,
I just have a question. You don't have any price points by your food.
Yeah,
Give us an idea.
yes, the average check will be about $50 to $60 per person.
Based on what they order.
I'm not sure I followed. Yes.
Hey,
alright, sorry for going out of turn, what, you don't have a drinks menu,
Yeah, we didn't include the drinks menu. That's standard practice in our packages. It will be an elevated cocktail and wine menu.
okay, no bottles?
No, not bottle service. We're happy to stipulate to that. I mean, bottles of wine perhaps, but not, this is not bottle service with liquor or anything.
So somebody can order a bottle of wine with, if they order 3 items off this menu and a bottle of wine, and they can hang out for as long as they like until the wine is finished?
Theoretically, they could, that's
Yeah.
not what's anticipated, that it would be if you show up with your group of 6 people and you're all standing at the communal table together, you share a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Okay, let me run through this. My friends come in. We stand and then we look at the menu and then we choose the menu and we tell our
Server.
staff person, a server, and then we are taken to a table to stand again.
You're welcomed in the front door, you're taken to your spot either upstairs or downstairs, and there you place your order.
You're taken to your spot where you stand at the table,
That's correct.
and then you order in advance.
Mhm.
And then you wait for your food to come,
Mhm.
right? And then you eat, and then you leave. And where are the other people waiting for the tables? Where will they be?
They're gonna be escorted to their table immediately, or they'll be upstairs, right? Is that correct?
Yes, so while we do have the upstairs or ground floor.
go
level,
close to the mic, that's okay.
Well, we do have the ground level floor open during lunch hours. We will utilize that space more so for anyone who needs to wait for the next availability downstairs in the basement to enjoy their dinner.
So there will be no queuing outside, that is a concern.
Okay. Carter?
So, a number of questions, did you reach out to the residents?
Yeah, we have a letter of support from the condo board. So
What about the abutting buildings?
yes, we met with them. I think I stated that when I first started
Do
speaking.
you know I live in one of those buildings?
No, I didn't.
And I didn't get it.
We had a.
So just telling you, I didn't get anything and I also didn't see any postings.
So
Just.
I'm sorry you didn't see
So-
it. We had great outreach. We had multiple meetings. We did walkthrough. I mean, we really. We did a lot of outreach here.
And so how are you densing the kitchen?
You can answer that.
Cause I don't think there are any vent stacks.
Yeah,
I didn't see any. It's a basement kitchen.
So we've worked with our landlord and their mechanical engineer to put plans in place. We've also done a walkthrough to show where the venting will take place. It will go through the courtyard, the residential area. We'll also be installing a scrubber that will make sure that 99.9% of all the smell, everything will go away and will not be affecting the residents. That's something, of course, that the residents of 25 Great Jones have raised as a concern, and since then obtained that information and comfortable with the plan that we have in place. We also did a walkthrough, as Bill has mentioned, with some neighboring residents today, also showing them where that will go and how it might, affect neighboring area. It shouldn't be by any means, but we're happy to get our mechanical engineer in touch with the board, also involving our landlords, of course, to make sure that you're also comfortable with those plans.
So the venting is at ground level, right?
Basically,
Okay,
going through the.
just
highways.
just into the courtyard and which is on the ground floor.
Yes.
Okay, so
exactly.
that's unusual, right, that you see that type of venting.
Yeah.
And it's not just your building, because of course, all of the surrounding buildings, at least 3 and more, have almost all rear bedrooms, which are immediately abutting that courtyard through the rear of the building, because you extend the block through, right? So it's not just that building, it's all the other buildings that are concerned about the odors, especially because it goes straight up. There's no like blowing wind. It's all, for the most part, enclosed quite a bit. And then for the emergency exit, where does that go?
So the emergency exit leads to the lobby of the residential neighborhood. And one, obviously, we have the main entrance.
Right, and so it goes through, okay, because it looks like there's a service door to the right of the lobby if you look from the residential entrance side. So that's not, you don't have access to that door. It's actually going through the residential lobby that goes up into that. So is that some other space at that end that's not your space?
There is.
But is the
some
building,
storage.
so is that,
Yes, there's some storage space.
okay, so it's not all the way through your
Correct.
space, so that just, it wasn't quite clear. And then, I know that on Great Jones Street, there's obviously, there's gonna be building 2 very large buildings on the block. The fire department's located there. There's a lot of issues with traffic. We've discussed this with other license applications. They're gonna be most likely taking at least a lane of traffic.
Yeah, we had this conversation with the residents that we spoke to at the Zoom meeting, about to explain to you.
So-
But what was discussed was that if there was ever a need to divert any sort of pickup and drop off, then we would happily direct people to Lafayette, which is the street that the residents seem to prefer drop off and pickup to go to. But we don't anticipate there being a high level of vehicular traffic.
Do you know how wide the sidewalk is at the southeast corner of Lafayette and Great Jones?
Enlighten me.
You can touch from the signpost to the building with your arms outstretched because it's an irregular lot size that was created with making the subway when they cut through. So it's one of the narrowest sidewalks in all of Noho. Just so if it's a high volume foot traffic, high turnover business, it's a lot of activity if you're directing traffic right to there. So it's just a very specific.
Understood. It's not going to be a high volume, high trafficked business. People are going to be, eating their meals, waiting inside, queuing outside on the sidewalk, and then, departing staggered departures as people.
And they're gonna be narrowing Lafayette Street to 1 lane, right? You know that? That was presented this past month. So it's a lot of, the reason I bring that up, traffic is one of the things. There are all these different activities that are going on right there. And there are already a lot of issues that we've heard on this block. And most likely with the construction, they're gonna be reallocating where the fire department parks, and that's gonna be probably in front of where you are. So there's a lot of different things that are going on for a number of years, which is gonna impact what.
Right,
that
we heard a
block
lot of
looks
that,
like,
and
so.
if there's anything additional that you want to propose, we are certainly all ears.
Well, I'm just trying to understand with new space being created that has a much, while maybe higher elevated food, it has, it looks like, sounds like a double turnover than most what other fine dining is, because the seating's at least half.
Right,
The time, so it's actually turning over a lot more than some of the other restaurants, and I guess with the standing parting with that, you know, and the it's not uncommon that people have cars waiting outside when they come out. We see that in our community, certainly right around there at places that are doing food. I mean, it's not uncommon. That's a normal thing. We hear about that regularly from customers. So I guess that's where, and that's on the pickups, and that's usually not done to the pinpoint location of your restaurant. That's done to where you are physically on your phone. So usually those cars wait in front.
Right, as I've said, if it becomes an issue with, you know, the construction and the fire department, we will certainly train staff to instruct customers to do the pickup not directly in front, but instead on Lafayette. And if Lafayette becomes a 1-lane street and there's construction on Great Jones, then we're in for a rude awakening, and that's gonna be a lot of, you know, we're ready for it.
And then I guess the last part is, if your kitchen is all the way in the back of your space, how do you service your space as far as deliveries? How is garbage handled? Where is that, you know, people carrying the garbage all through the restaurant?
I can,
You know, how's that? I mean, because
I can speak to the first two parts of that, and then maybe Tess might want to take that actual last question, but as far as deliveries, no deliveries. There will be no bicycles, no, this is not.
I meant deliveries to the restaurant.
Oh, right, okay. Delivery to the customers, as you mentioned, the kitchen is in the back, so servers will take the food from the back to the communal table or.
I mean, when the truck pulls up, that's delivering items.
A lot of different uses of delivery.
And where is that going to occur?
Go ahead.
And that's a part of what the complaints on Great Jones are double parked trucks that make deliveries. But being after the firehouse and not before brings with it more concerns, because that's the issue of people leaving the fire trucks leaving the fire department. And if you stand on that block, you'll see people regularly block fire lane. The trucks are need to turn out because it's a big ladder truck.
So I wanted to start by saying that we, of course, have taken that into consideration. And one of the things that we're proposing is to collaborate and speak with the neighboring restaurants. There are 3 on the street, to make sure that we are aligned with the zoning and the companies that they use for garbage removal, cardboard removal. So we can align those schedules, so we can make sure that we are not putting an extra truck on the street. When it comes to vendors, of course, that might differ, but we're very much aware of the timing. While we can't estimate when the fire truck will be needed, of course, we can instruct our deliveries to do it the early hours of the morning to make sure it's done very promptly and on time and doesn't overlap with major rush hours when it comes to that street. For accepting deliveries, that will be handled through the main door on Great Jones Street. We mentioned earlier that we will not be using the elevator for customer facing services during morning hours where the ground floor is not open and operating, so before 12 p.m. That floor will allow us to use the elevator to bring the deliveries downstairs to the receiving area to expedite that process. Then the deliveries, once accepted, they will be separated either into the dry storage or the fridges that will be located in the back part of the space, or they will be moved directly into the kitchen for processing. So we anticipate that process to be taking place between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. from Monday to Friday. We don't anticipate that happening on the weekends. That's just the regular protocols that usually all of the restaurants are following, regardless of which neighborhood they're in. It's the schedules of the delivery platforms and vendors, and we try to stick them very strictly to allow for them enough prep time before we open our doors to our customers.
You good? Okay, does anybody else on Kate?
Private events.
We don't anticipate that. I know in the application, we said 1 to 2 a month. Again, the space, we tried to stick with what we're trying to offer. We put it in there to allow some flexibility, but if that's a no, we're comfortable.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay,
That's the owner of the
Yeah.
commercial space.
wait, hang on 1 second. So are you with them?
I'm with them in a sense, yeah, I own the commercial condominium.
No, you were.
No, did you fill out a speaker
I
card?
did fill out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the public now.
Okay.
Good.
There we go. So on that cue, please go to the public. Okay, so I have Bruce Williams, Zarzone, Rachel Morrow, Vance Trimble. Are you any of those people?
I'm Zev.
Why don't you come on up and speak? And then everybody else whose name I just called, please just come on up, so. And if there's anybody who came in after this, and
First of all, thank you for having us.
sure,
To answer your egress question, it enters right to the Bond Street side. To answer your question on venting, the scrubber is all the way in the back of the building, away from all of 27, 29 Great Jones, which I also own, the Great Jones Spa, and operate the spa, which has been open since 2004. You know, we've been a part of the community for a very long time. We have people here from 27 and 29 Great Jones, so people in the neighborhood who today saw the space where we're gonna vent. And we're gonna put in a $200,000 system that, as Tess was saying, will dissipate everything and kill 99.9% of all airborne particles. So you have nothing to worry about with the vent.
let me just ask you one question. What is your relationship? You are the landlord.
I'm the landlord. Well, I own the commercial condominium there. Commercial, there's residential.
You own,
there's residential,
you own this space,
Just the retail per commercial condominium, 25.
27 and 29. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
I want to add that there's no DJ, there's no loud music, just background music. They're asking for something, you know, in my opinion, pretty reasonable, 12 o'clock, last call at 11:30. You know, we're in a mixed use neighborhood with a ton of restaurants in the area. It's Noho. This is upscale. 25 Great Jones, you know, is on board with it. They've signed off. We had a lot of conversations with them. We had a lot of other groups look at the space that they did not approve, and we didn't even, you know, we decided because they didn't want those groups, we didn't even come to you guys because they said there's no way we're gonna go for it 2 AM, 3 AM, 4 AM. And, you know, we have a bunch of retail in the area from Bowery to Bond Street. You know, we care about the block, the neighborhood. We like to put in good tenants. You know, we have long standing tenants, Slancha, 304 Bowery, J. Crew, it's new, Joe the Juice on Lafayette. Even West Village, Spring Street, Boqueria. You know, we have restaurants. We are in touch with our tenants. We're in touch with where my brother Noah's on like 11 different boards dealing with tons of different people. We'd like to take care of things for the buildings. We like to think that, you know, we're really good landlords and we take care of things. I want to add the space is unique. I don't know if any of you have ever been in the space or seen a video of the space, but it's essentially 85% lower level space, which the people that are coming to see this space are hardcore lounges and bars. Also some spa, you know, we own the Great Jones Spa next door, so we do not want a spa. We asked both boards if we could connect the spaces and expand the Great Jones Spa. Both boards told us no. There was a lot of things to think about, and at the end of the day, you know, originally that's why we bought this space, to expand their spa. And we figured out how to do it with engineers.
Put it under the bridge, we don't
Agreed.
need.
Point is that, you know, you have these lounges, you have also, you know, things that I personally don't want, like a burger
Okay,
spot.
because we got a long night.
This is the point that I want you to understand. I really want you to understand this, because we have the right to have a restaurant space. We have added right to vent through our gooseneck. And, you know, a burger shop could end up in this place, which isn't good for us, isn't good for the neighborhood or the block. So I want you to understand, this is very important, that this is a unique space that's all lower level space. And these are the type of tenants that are looking at it, and we have a high-end tenant serving caviar, wagyu, really nice foods that will not play music, that will not have outdoor seating, that will close at 12, last drink at 11:30, soundproof the place. I mean, to me, this is like a no-brainer for Noho. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Bruce Williams?
Hi, I'm Bruce Williams. I live at 24 Bond Street, which adjoins the courtyard. That's 2225 Great Jones. I've been there 30 years. I have a couple questions. One about access and from the restaurant space to the courtyard. Are those windows permanently sealed? Will there be any customer traffic from 25 Bond to 22 Bond?
Okay. When you're all done, I'll have them, when everybody's done, I'll have them.
Big concern I have also is the venting. I guess I was under the impression that the building itself was vented through the roof. When it was first built, it was a hotel and destination restaurant. So I assumed that they had vented it that way. Any venting off to the side or even at ground level is a problem. It's great to have scrubbers that are super efficient. There's also noise. Anything large enough to vent that has to move a lot of air. And that even if your fans are silent, that's a roar. We've had problems with every restaurant along that block with noise from ventilation. We have problems with Jack's, which used to be Smile. Their ventilation goes out the back. It's extremely noisy. The whole air shaft, I'm not sure what you call it, the air shaft corridor between Great Jones and Bond has a decibel rating in the evening of close to 80 to 90 decibels. This, you can't be back there. And you can't be on the roof either because the noise is channeled. So I'm really concerned about the noise. Also, I know they said that the deliveries will be through Great Jones. I know there's an exit on 22 Bond, which goes directly to the basement. If I'm not mistaken, but I don't know if that's
So you wanna make sure they're not using that.
Yes, I would say we can't have deliveries on Bond Street. There's already traffic problems there. Every night, cars are double parked till after midnight, even though Jack's theoretically closes. There's always double lines there. Not only Jack's, but Zero Bond has a problem with that too. So as long as there's no access on Bond Street side and the noise is somehow taken care of. And it's sealed from the Bond Street side, I don't really have any objection.
Okay.
But those are major concerns.
All right. Okay, thank you. Rachel Morrow?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm Rachel Morrow. I live at 40 Great Jones Street. And I'm pretty much here to kind of represent most of Great Jones Street, 27, 29 who are here as well. I think Susan's going to be speaking. We did meet with the applicants. We did a Zoom meeting on Friday about 6 o'clock. Had a bunch more questions. They agreed to meet us again today. So we had did a little walkthrough around 3 o'clock. And you know, by and large, they've answered most of our questions. And I would say, providing certain stipulations are met, we're fine with, you know, what they have planned for the restaurant, but I just kind of want to read through some of our concerns. One of which Carter really touched on, which is, I know you all know this, but Great Jones Street has got a lot of vehicular sort of challenges with the fire department. We also, many of us just left a big meeting this evening because we've got this new intake center that's going to be raining upon us, which is on Third Street. And I know there's gonna be a lot of new traffic in our neighborhood over the coming years, including lots of buses that are gonna be dropping off people incessantly. And just a lot of new traffic, not to mention these two huge construction projects that are happening on our street. So we're all feeling very besieged, as you know, to put it mildly. So, those are concerns of ours. And living right next door to the fire department, and I hate to beat a dead horse over this, but it is just a constant problem with the three restaurants we already have, with all of the food deliveries. And I know that all the restaurants say they're gonna, try to control when these deliveries happen, but they don't, they can't. And we understand that, it's just the nature of the beast. But, these are usually the trucks and the delivery vehicles that have caused the most problems with the fire department. Yes, the drop-offs, for the patrons are a problem as well. I know they're gonna do their best to mitigate that, but there's only so much that one can do. So having said all that, these are some of the stipulations we'd like to see from the applicants. They've said that they're going to install an HVAC system that includes a scrubber. We'd like to make sure that we meet with the mechanical engineer prior to the restaurant's opening, and that the following buildings are involved. 25 obviously has said that they're happy with it. I don't think they've met with the mechanical engineer yet, but if they don't want to, that's their prerogative. I do know that 27 and 29 want to be involved in that process. And I don't think that either 20 or 24 bond were represented today at the meeting, but I think they should be involved in signing off on whatever sort of specifications that HVAC system is going to meet their needs. I think that the hours of operation, they said, are going to be noon to midnight. I want to make sure that, 7 days a week, that is what's happening. We'd like to make sure that the premises is going to be operating and advertised as a full service restaurant. No, they've said that there's gonna be no live music, DJs, promoted events where a cover fee is charged, but I wanna make sure that those go in the stipulations. We've talked to them about having a staff member being assigned to sort of monitor and control vehicular traffic in front of the restaurant, so something along those lines would be great. No garbage on the street until pickup happens. And that, as I said earlier, we'd like to make sure that deliveries of food supplies are carefully managed. Got lots of problems with rats and, patron, all those sorts of things. So having said all that, if we can make sure that those things are met, we're supportive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that everyone or should?
No, we're not done yet. Vance Trimble. And then after Vance Trimble, I have Susan Brendel.
Hi, so Vance Trimble from 40 Great Jones Street. I was involved in the walkthrough today, which was very helpful to see. I do have concerns with a street level venting setup and which seems to come out under a stairway, and I don't quite understand how the air could escape properly, and it's up against the wall, which I know is not something the New York Mechanical Code sort of approves of. So I would ask that the applicant come back, this be laid over until we have a chance to really study how that venting can actually work and be acceptable to the neighbors around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susan?
Hi, I think Rachel covered. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I think Rachel covered
a lot of what I understand and I know the owners, they have the commercial space in our condominium. And they really always do have a very responsive ear. And I feel good about that. We will have a beeline to anything that we don't like, and they will listen to us. So all that being said, I'm for them and what they would do with this space, and I trust them. The whole thing with the traffic, I mean, as Rachel said, as you know, from the community board, besieged is an understatement between the two towers, the two intake centers, whole thing with Third Street being a thoroughfare for bicycles, ambulances, trucks, whatever. It's just the whole thing with the traffic, that's my main thing. And people who eat caviar and wagyu, they have cars idling outside. They're not people who take a taxi. So I do think this really has to be addressed, that they have a person who sees to it that those cars are not sitting outside and waiting for their customers and have to go somewhere else, you know? So for the minute, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. Is there anybody else here to speak on this? Okay. Go ahead, Phil.
All right, thank you. Just to try to address as many of those points as I can, although I think some of them were discussed previously. There is absolutely no access to the courtyard. Legally cannot go out there. The windows are non-operable, so they cannot open. Access to 22 Bond, same answer as access to the courtyard, same thing. There will be no interaction between the two buildings internally. Right, as the emergency exit, of course.
Can you just answer the emergency exit, because we heard a different answer? That it led directly to Bond Street, or is it
At least
through the residential?
There's a door to Bond Street.
Wait, can I just ask you to do one thing, just come? You need
Yeah,
to-
no, because
They come up.
Yeah, it's just.
No,
Yeah, no, come
I'm
on,
happy
you can
to,
answer.
just go to the
No,
microphone.
I just noticed you gave a different answer than we heard from when I had asked that question, so.
Yeah, so you walk up the stairs and there's two doors. There's one to the residential lobby, which also leads you then to the residential courtyard, which we are not allowed to go to as the commercial retail condominium. Then there's a door to Bond Street that can only be used in an egress situation, an emergency situation, and it goes directly to Bond Street.
Okay, just because that's not on the plans, so the plans just
That's
show.
beyond the license.
Just
right?
steps coming out.
To show you guys, but yeah.
Or just shows the emergency egress how it goes out, because I think that's.
So that's
what-
beyond the licensed premises, that's why it's not included, but we're happy to
Yeah, if you could
provide
give
it.
that with your
But
time,
you
so it helps
but people
clarify.
still have to go through that, to get out, right?
In an emergency situation, yes.
And I welcome anyone to meet the mechanical engineer, and I took everyone up today to see the gooseneck where it would basically come out of, and as I said, with the scrubber system, which is inside our unit, does not do with residential courtyard or anything like that. The big system, filtration system, which has lots of layers, of filtration, is in the commercial unit.
Downstairs,
Oh,
downstairs,
sorry.
downstairs, in
Oh,
the
yes,
commercial unit,
downstairs, I
downstairs.
speak
No,
down.
well, both
I'm
things.
too tall. Yes, it's in our unit, and then it goes up through a gooseneck that's already there, so nothing's changing. And when you speak to this mechanical engineer, he can explain it scientifically to you, exactly how it works. But essentially, anything that goes through it, 99.9% with the added filters that we are going to put in, will kill 99.9% of anything, any particle airborne that goes through it. So on the ventilation side, I know there are concerns, I would have concerns, but this scrubber system, which is very expensive, will take care of that.
What about the noise?
And it's located
We
in
can ask
in the
mechanical engineer.
condominium.
I actually did not ask that question.
Because I think that was
to
the other
be transparent
concern
with
we
you, I
heard,
can
yeah.
ask that, I will ask that, and I welcome everyone, as I said.
As he mentioned, it's located within the condominium retail space, which is completely soundproofed. Worked with a sound engineer, the entirety of the space is soundproofed.
But then when it vents out,
But I
that,
think the sound.
that, I
there's
don't know,
sound-
this is not my area.
I guess it's not mine either, but I believe if there's going to be sound, the sound would be in the commercial unit, which will be fully soundproofed, approved by my architect who's in-house, who's a renowned architect and stuff in MoMA. Just, so you know, we will make sure and watch and still, communicate with the above tenants, the next door tenants, and, you know, make sure that everyone's happy. We're constantly in communication with all the tenants, you know, in the buildings that we're a part of.
And the adjoining ones.
I'm just gonna say for the scrubber, we do have another example on this block of that, and that's at Ilbuco Elementary, and we went through a lot of discussions as a community when they applied. And because that's also surrounded above the second floor with all at least two sides of residents, maybe three. But it was an extensive back and forth because not all precipitators are created equal, and
Yes,
they
they're
also
not.
have to be maintained. And there's some other
And you
things
can
and vibration issues.
Yeah.
Also, I think the vibration issues is not just sound, and that's the space you have is a little weird because of the way it abuts the other foundations of the buildings, even though it's a basement.
Possibly, I
And
can't.
you can hear all kinds of things as they go through, like the subways, there's a lot of vibrational issues, because.
Yeah, in our spa next door, we hear the subways go by, you know.
Right, and you're away, but that's what I'm just saying for vibration of equipment inside the space, so I think there's just questions and concerns from.
No, and I
people. I'm
love
not
to
saying
hear
it
that. I
doesn't
love to take care
work,
of those
it's,
concerns because we're part of the community, so.
Right.
One thing that I can add is that, you know, there is like the residential units on the Great Jones side, they're far, far away from where the gooseneck is. And there is a buffer because there's residential courtyard and then sky. Well, so there's nothing above the lower level space.
Right, I think what
we
Bruce
heard
had
Bond
talked
Street.
about is, as a community, we've dealt with so many issues through all the mechanical systems.
Okay.
And just,
Yeah.
because there's not much, because this is a historically a manufacturing area, there's no setbacks on the rear yards, or they're not
Yeah.
very big, so they're very narrow. There's a lot of noise, and it just goes through everything, so it's a little different. And that's why there's just concern, nobody's saying that it's, you know, can't be resolved.
I can
It's
promise you
just
this.
complicated.
We will put in whatever money we need to put in to make sure that we can make it the best space possible for the people in the area. Because we do care about the block, we care about the people upstairs and the people, you know, even further than that.
Rachel, could you just, I just want to say one thing. You're welcome to say something. You need to use a microphone.
Thank you, guys. I just, vis-a-vis the scrubber, I just wanted to say one thing. With regards to the Il Buco situation that Carter mentioned, it took about a year, I mean, to get this with back and forth, especially with the noise and the vibration. So, you know, that's why I said we really do want to make sure that they agree to work with us, and it's gonna take some time to make sure we get this right, because it's gonna be a nightmare otherwise.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
We're ready.
So I guess, so while I have you up here,
Yes.
which is why he was asking for it to be put over, it, you know, does this need to be put over? Is there some agreement, you know, with all the buildings, not just the ones that you have your space in, but whatever, 24 bonds?
So we're happy, we agree with all of Rachel's proposed stipulations. So, you know, we're happy to have the mechanical engineer meet anyone who wants to meet him or her.
Because I mean, it sounds like you're trying to do everything you can do, but it also sounds like. there
We're
are
trying to get
problems,
time in
so-
both buildings right now,
Right.
no, both boards have not, they're very busy getting everyone the same time in the same place on the same Zoom call. So we're working on doing this, but yeah, the plans are to, even the building that we're in, they still want to meet the mechanical engineer, even though they signed off, they're all about it. You know, they're happy the way we, you know, introduced them and everything, so they're on board.
That being said, I don't think this needs to be pushed over 30 days in order to do that. I think that we could either make it, you know, a condition or a stipulation, however you want to draft it, that, you know, the applicants will meet with the neighboring buildings and work with them in any way that they see fit. So we're happy to phrase it how you want, but this is a lengthy process, and so putting it over 30 days.
Okay, and there's no deliveries on Bond Street? Then
There's no access to.
there's no
only-
access
there's
into the
only an
building.
emergency
The only thing you
situation.
can do is get out. You can't
That's
get in.
correct. It's a push door.
Okay,
The only way.
okay, I think, Bruce, you got all your questions answered?
I just wanna.
One microphone.
And this one is.
Well, they can be. So I just want to say, in regards to outreach, I'm perfectly welcome to meet with these people, but no one in our building was notified of this. I did notice a sign taped to the on the corner one day when I went out, it was gone when I came back, so I only could see what was on the form on the thing.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I can leave my,
Yeah, I mean, and,
well, actually,
Right.
it's there, do you have to leave it?
okay, so just make sure you all connect, so everybody's got everybody's, when you're done and you get out of here, outside there.
One
What?
question.
Quick question, but to us, in the microphone and to us, no answer.
Where exactly is the gooseneck?
Okay, so let him explain that, and I'm sure that you will be meeting with them, do a quick explanation and then, but then you can all tour me.
So the residential units, they enter into the lobby on the Bond Street side, and they also have a beautiful residential courtyard. In that residential courtyard, closer to the Bond Street side, there are 3 vents that come up. One of the gooseneck vents is from our space. That's one way we're able to vent. And as I said, our scrubber would be in our unit, not in the residential courtyard, so not loud upstairs. Everything would be inside, and everything that would come out of that gooseneck, 99.9% of the stuff will dissipate.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Sorry,
so, no, that's
being
okay,
myself.
got that one, I think we're all gonna be, that's committed to memory.
I was just gonna add about outreach, as this board knows, it's impossible to reach every single person. We reached out to all the proposed block associations and whatnot, and we posted notices and we hosted meetings. With all that being said, we are thrilled to meet with anyone else who wants to meet. That is what we're all about.
Okay, does anybody else on this committee have anything? Okay, I think we're good, thank you.
Thank you
So
all.
maybe you just want to go out to some, just make sure everybody has everybody's contact, or Rachel, okay? Okay. All right,
Yes.
thank you. Okay. The next application is going to be, it's going to be 222 Casille LLC, doing business as Crispy Heaven, 222 Lafayette Street.
C6.
Oh, this is C6, yes. Hello, good evening. Hi.
I got to chop, who wants it?
Okay.
Well, let's
Make sure, yeah, there's one down there.
All right, pass it.
Yeah, I can have it.
Sorry about,
I don't-
I stapled it, I'll staple it. My name is Teddy Gonzalez. I'm here with Lanka Caselli. She is the owner and operator of the restaurant. We have a restaurant wine license currently, and we're just going for an upgrade to a class change application for on-premise liquor.
Okay, what are the hours and,
The hours are gonna be the same. They're gonna be from 8 AM to 11 PM. Nothing's changing on the hours. Everything's gonna remain the same.
okay,
The seating is, it's 9 tables, 32 seats. One, customer bar and 9 seats at the bar. And nothing's changing, just doing an upgrade.
okay, so, when did you open and,
This location we open in December 30, 2024.
okay, so, and what are you doing with the outside?
We have now application for outdoor seating.
Okay, so your stipulations that you signed back when you came in for the liquor license, you opened before you had the liquor license.
Right, so let me address that. First of all, we don't have outdoor seating right now, and right now we're just going for the class change. The outdoor seating application is going to be filed
No, the outdoor seating application has already been
Yes.
filed. She's filed it, so that
Right,
process
but
has
that's,
started.
it's not addressed yet. We're not dealing with that right now because once DOT approves it, then we have to go to community board after it goes to DOT. They'll come back to the community board. But right now, the outdoor seating is not even on the table.
Well, but she's already applied for the outdoor seating, so it clearly is on the table, and then which the class change part of that is the public interest, and so therefore we want to know that she's doing outdoor seating, because right now, when she came for her original license, she said that she would not have any outdoor seating, and from the letters that we have gotten from at least one member of the community, that is part of what they thought about when they considered this license, is that there was no outdoor seating. So since she's applied for outdoor seating and she didn't do the outreach with the community to see if they supported that, and that is part of the consideration that we take. And just to finish, I believe that she put up outdoor seating pretty soon to right after she signed the stipulation agreement saying that she wouldn't have outdoor seating. So she signed a stipulation agreement saying she wouldn't have outdoor seating. She put up outdoor seating.
And it was a mistake on her part, and I just found out.
But I mean, she just signed a stipulation agreement saying that she wouldn't have it, and then a month later, she had the outdoor seating and she was serving wine out there. And so, I mean, if you just signed, it's not like she signed this thing 3 years ago, she signed it a month before she was doing it.
It was an error in her part, so when Elijah wasn't me. Okay, so at the end of the day, right now, we're just waiting for the tax change upgrade, and that's it. And I guess the outdoor seating, because on my CD notice, I mentioned nothing about outdoor seating.
No, I know,
Right, so, but again, what's gonna happen is the process.
but you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if she's going for a class change, we consider the public interest of the class change.
Okay,
And part of that public interest is the impacts to the community. And if she's going to be applying for the sidewalk seating, which she has done, so it's not a question of whether she's going to, because she's already done it, so she is applying for the sidewalk seating, she's putting money in, she's already, done that to fill out the application. So clearly she wants to have the sidewalk seating, so we will be considering the sidewalk seating, whether you've given us that or not, because she also hasn't met with the community to ask them what they think of it.
right, and I understand perfectly clear what you're saying, but my presentation here is for the upgrade only. As far as the outdoor seating, you're gonna be notified eventually by DOT. And DOT reviews it, then they notify you, the community board, and that's where you guys put in your recommendation.
Correct.
So that's why they include.
Teddy, we understand the process. The point
Right.
is, right, is that when we are considering whether an applicant currently has been one, right, it's in the community interest for them to get an upgrade. Among the things we have to consider is, have they obeyed previous stipulations? That was one thing. What is their future intent? Their future intent is, as already demonstrated by their filing thing, for outdoor seating. Then we have to consider what will be the impact of outdoor seating with a full liquor license. That's part of the context. That's part of our responsibility here.
Right, but this is not on the table right now.
It is for us. It must be.
Yeah, I didn't put that on my CD notes. That's why I'm saying that's not being, we should be talking
But
about
we
it.
have to consider the full community impact as context. It's the rules that we
Okay,
have.
I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, you're probably gonna get like 2 tables out there with 4 seats. Because,
Well, yeah.
I mean, if anything, because it's a small street, you need the 8-foot clearance, okay? And, you're not gonna get too many tables, probably 2 tables and 4 seats. That's what you're gonna
Well,
get.
first of all, from the pictures of what she was doing before, when she was operating improperly and serving wine outside improperly, she had more like 6 tables or more, and 8 seats with an A-frame sign out on the sidewalk, which was brought up when she came to us for the application. That was one of the other issues that people had was her A-frame signs, and they're out on the sidewalk. So what this is showing me is a pattern of actually not paying any attention to what you're signing and not listening to the concerns of the community and disregarding them.
And I apologize on behalf of her. It was a mistake. She was giving wrong advice. I had nothing to do with it. And I've opened up a restaurant before on Grand Street, and her associate is dealing with somebody else that probably gave wrong information.
Well,
So,
so what I'll say in response to that is when she was here, the sandwich boards were discussed. So she shouldn't have to talk to her lawyer to find out if she should be putting the sandwich boards on the far end of the sidewalk or not, when the residents that live nearby are saying that it's congesting the sidewalk. That, to me, that's.
So you
you're
don't
in
want
it-
the you don't want the A-frame on the sidewalk?
Well, the A-frame is supposed to be 3 feet from the building, no more than 3 feet from the building.
Okay.
That's what, but actually what I'd rather have is an applicant who wants to work with the members of the community
And she
and they
doesn't.
say, well,
She made a mistake.
she hasn't shown any pattern of doing that and.
So we'll work on the
He
sign.
was told, so they set up tables and chairs to serve patrons immediately after signing the stipulations. They also continued to have a sandwich board, carts and breads outside set up against the curb, reducing the pedestrian clearway to well under 8 feet on a very busy regional corridor. They continued this until DOT shut the unlicensed cafe down, even though various members of the community, myself included, spoke to the owner. When I spoke to her last April and the few times since, she said always she would talk to her lawyer, and then nothing happened. And they served wine outside when she didn't have a license to serve wine outside. So that attitude that's described here, it's not just bad representation, that's not working with the members of the.
I understand that she will.
And she
work
didn't
with
do any
people.
community outreach for this application. Was there community outreach done for this?
But we got some, what do you call it?
No, did she reach out to any of the block associations?
I sent emails to block associations nearby the area. I did, it's included in my package when I emailed it to you. So I did some community outreach. I mean, unfortunately, your community board doesn't provide the posters, public notice posters, if not, would have put them up.
No. We posted, but that's not.
Here's this line.
I notified the community boards that were near her area.
So. We have one community board. That opposed it. Because of the number of licenses that are there, because there are plenty of places where people can go and go to them. Yeah, Georgia sent something. I doubt it. They'll see, but I think with her, I should have called it right after that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's too complicated.
And she's only had the wine license for a year. I mean,
She was licensed at the other location on Grand Street.
I don't,
I understand it. She made a mistake. Unfortunately, she was advised incorrectly and, you know. She stopped doing it when she was informed to stop and she did. It's fine. She's not changing the hours of operation. Everything's really the same. You're just becoming a full service restaurant.
I had one other question. I live nearby and I noticed for a period of time, you had gotten a B health violation, code rating. I wondered why that happened so quickly with the restaurant and, how you corrected it.
All right, so for the B, there was mostly it were technical issues, I believe. We had technical issues. We had our baking oven and there was some dripping water. So for that, we got many points. And also what happened, one of my employee who was supposed to have her food handler certificate, she lied to me and she never had it. And this was really big problem. The same day I find out, unfortunately, I had to fire her because it was a big issue actually, yes. And also regarding the outdoor seating, I really want to apologize. I had really mistaken information as well from my side, and I'm really sorry. I really care for the neighborhood. I really do. Sorry about that.
and go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I just want to correct something you just said, Teddy. You were saying, except for the change in class, everything is exactly the same.
Right.
But it's not if there's gonna be outdoor seating. That's a big change.
I have no part of that right now because I got my CB notice, I didn't put outdoor seating. That's something you guys can address later on. And if you don't want outdoor seating later on, you can deny it. It's up to you. But right now, my presentation, my application on the 30-day notice has nothing to do with outdoor seating.
Except that it exists. We're not here to operate in some fantasy world where reality out there doesn't happen. We know it exists, we know the application is filed, therefore it's a real context.
I understand again, but what my thing is, my presentation here tonight is for a class change, outdoor seating. DOT has 30 days, and then you guys got 45 days, and they go to city
What
council.
we're here to is measure the impacts of this application. That's what we're here to do. So
Right now,
if
we're
we,
not outdoor seating.
if we did, if quite frankly, if the community didn't alert us to the fact that there was going to be outdoor seating, we wouldn't know that, we wouldn't consider it because the stipulation agreement saying that there's no outdoor seating issues already gone forward to change that without coming to us to see if anybody thinks that's a good idea. And I realize that you can't apply to the liquor authority, but every application that we have that comes here, we tell them that because we are considering the application in its entirety.
Right.
And so that includes the outdoor seating. And actually, if there's an agreement on the outdoor seating and an agreement on the hours, we can even waive somebody's appearance in that 30 days or 45 days. But that's what we consider as part of the class change. The class change isn't working within a vacuum on its own.
And again, I understand that, but my point right now is that I can't send in a CB notice.
No, you can
Inquire about outdoor seating.
You can put it on our questionnaire if you're not putting it on the 30-day notice and say that you're gonna be having outdoor seating. That's what you can do. So your 30-day notice is accurate and what we find out is accurate.
And one of the impacts that we measure is on the existing noise level, right? The space previously had outdoor space. I wouldn't consider it if you're upgrading to an off-premise license.
Because I can't include that on my 30-day notice. Because it's a different process.
We regularly, you practice before us, consider outdoor seating of this committee before it's filed for.
Right, but
And that's a part of the application that we do, have done for years and years.
Right.
So that's why we want to consider it and discuss it now. And generally what happens is that if you look down on our agenda, you see all these waived hearings. And that's because they've already been addressed through coming to this committee in whatever format that it has, that they don't need to be reviewed for their liquor license application.
Right, so
That's why it says waived on a whole bunch of applications.
So, the New York State Liquor Authority, if I were to put their outdoor seating, they would tell me, while they're reviewing the application, was it approved? If you don't have it, you can't put it on the 30-day notice. They
So
don't-
we
they don't
regularly
accept it.
submit stipulations to the liquor authority, which they accept, which include
That's the old days.
items.
No,
this
it
is right
happens
now.
every month. Any
Yeah.
future outdoor seating will be closing at X, Y, and Z
Yeah.
time. I do it every month, every single month I do it, and they're not getting bounced back, and that's why, as Carter said, you see a number of these being waived, because I already had an agreement with somebody last year about what time they would close, and the seating was basically what they presented to us when they came to us with the other application, and it's done.
And we had a meeting with the New York City Department of Transportation, Chair Fan, other senior leadership at the liquor authority, including the director of licensing, if I remember correctly, who was there, and community boards 1, 2, and 3. And we discussed this very issue because of the delay in processing all of these that DOT has gone through. In fact, we raised the issue with the liquor authority before and said, you're gonna have, at that time, earlier, several thousand applications. How are you gonna deal with it? Because we wanted a process that would work smoother. And also the liquor authority was interested in the process. That's why we try to proactively engage with the outdoor dining so that we are not a delay. And we put these on our agenda 30 days.
So I hear you.
This year and a half or year wait from
We've
DOT
been
is
dealing with
not
each other
because
for
of
a
the
long
community
time.
board, so.
And the SLA is all screwed up. They have to eventually one day get their act together.
We're just saying, we're trying to assist them by dealing with all these issues as you're in front of us, so you don't have to keep coming
Right.
back. So,
Is there, and then is there a dinner menu? Is this the menu? Is this?
At the moment, no, this is the daytime menu. At
Do
the
you have a
moment,
nighttime menu?
at the moment, we don't be closed for now, for the dinners for now.
Okay, so then that will lead into my next question is what I was going to say is this menu, to me, I don't understand why we need full liquor with this menu.
Because, yes, this is the menu as well only.
But
For the dinner menu, we have Neapolitan style pizza, we have steaks, we have lamb chops, we have tacos, many options. And we have big support from the whole neighborhood for many years actually. And they say they will be even coming much often if we had a full liquor license. Because for Branch Town, we are, many people, they sometimes even leave because they would like to have their martini with our bread. I don't know why, but yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything? Okay, I think that's, nobody else said, that's it.
Sure.
I mean,
You guys
no,
wanna-
I don't know where it's at, I mean, I think we'll talk about it in business, I think this is, personally, I think this is premature, and I'd rather see her have some arrangements with the community where she works things out, so we're not getting, we have no.
So let me ask you a question. Who do you want to meet with? I don't meet with anybody.
The
I emailed-
Friends of Petrosino Square is one block association, Friends of Petrosino Square. So, and then, the west, right in front of the restaurant, I can send you their email address.
That'd be great.
And, I think was,
If you can send the emails, I would gladly meet with them.
Broadway Residents Association.
Excuse me, can I ask you, is there anything I can make the situation better? Do you need maybe more of our customers to support us or?
I think what would make me feel more comfortable is if you hadn't made all the mistakes that you've made and had responded differently when the community turned around and said something about your
Can I be
sandwich
honest,
board.
nobody talked with me. I didn't have not single one of my neighbors coming in.
Well-
And once the OT came, I shut it out. right
Okay, but
away.
that's in contrary to what the letters that we get from people that we deal with every single month and have dealt with for years. So it's not a random letter, it's people that we know well and respect also. And that you went ahead and you were at this meeting when the sandwich boards were discussed and still kept the sandwich boards out there because that was discussed with the original application. And that you put the seating outside without any permits at all. When, at a time when this wasn't new, this wasn't 2020, when everybody was doing everything, this was a time when everybody was talking about all the rules. This is, everybody was worrying about getting in their applications, and you just went ahead and put seats outside, and then you just went ahead and served wine outside. So this track record is not, I think, I would feel more comfortable if the track record was cleaned up a little bit. So I don't know.
Like, can we put open next month and give those emails out, meet with the community? I have no problem with that.
So, okay, so you're gonna send something to the liquor authority, lay this over, send it to us, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Send it to us, lay it
Lay it
over,
over.
and you're not gonna go to the liquor
I
authority,
will
you're not gonna
file the
file the application until
And
you
if
come
you
back,
can
and I will send you
Send me the
at
emails,
least those
whoever you want.
email addresses.
I will do that, not a
Okay.
problem at all.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
I
you.
wanna work with you. We don't, you know.
Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so Carter wants me to point out that the one woman, Laura, that we heard from was previous chair of this committee, so, you know, that we're hearing from people that are not random.
No, that's fine.
People.
I will meet the people that are concerned about it, well, I'll address it, and sure, not a problem at all.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, the next one is going to be, Paco LLC and Great Heron Holdings LLC, 2 Bleecker Street. Sorry, C2. Taking Erica. Dr. Smith is taking Erica's position.
No, thank you. No, I'm not, I even bold faced it on this, and I still don't say it.
Really has great. That's not quite a little. That's a where you are. What did you know?
Like a rainbow over there.
Is there anything we need to?
Please. I think there was originally, there was originally, yeah. The last one, actually. Originally, I think it was, municipal, it was outdoors, but there's not.
Okay. There. You'll go up to the microphone and you can talk about that.
Watch.
Did you send a new application in? An amended,
Yeah, I think the most recent copy is what you have in front of you and also went to the board office.
Okay.
Joseph Levy here, from Levy on behalf of the applicant, Leaper Street. I have the applicant principals with me here. I'll have them introduce themselves just to set it up appropriately. This is a retail store, which you'll hear a little bit about. And the idea here is we're looking to put a little cafe inside the retail store. So we have both the owner of the retail store as well as the co-licensee, the F&B manager, who will be operating the cafe within. I'll have them introduce themselves.
Hello, William Tigert. Been a restaurateur downtown for 22 years with 5 liquor licenses, primarily Freeman's Restaurant and then Freeman's Alley, which we opened in 2004, but as well as a few other restaurants and barbershops, some of which are also in CB2.
My name is Justin Beck, the owner of Paco, doing DBA is Italian, which will be the brand, occupying the space, which is a bespoke men's clothing store.
So you have a bespoke custom men's clothing store here. This is a space that, while licensed previously, it was licensed as Saxon and Parole for many years. The space was since chopped up and subdivided in a couple ways, so it's not the entire space. You have a retail store here that's 1,650 square feet. The cafe, as you can see in the diagrams provided, will take up about 300 square feet of that 1,650, so it's not the entire space, it's a separate area. The idea here is people come in for fittings for their bespoke clothing, and they'd like to offer them the amenity of some food and some drink while they do it. The hours of operation, 7 AM to 10 PM. Of course, we understand that alcohol service can't be at 7 AM, but there'll be coffee service and daytime service during that time. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 AM to 12 AM. Now, the hours of the retail store are generally going to be till about 8 PM generally every day. However, due to the nature of what the store is, they do get requests for custom orders. They have to take appointments after hours on a pretty regular basis. So this is sort of like the outward bounds of when things will be open. It's a general rule, the cafe will be open when the retail store is open. And again, 300 square feet inside, we're not licensing the entire 1,650 square feet. You see there's just one small customer bar there.
So nobody's walking around with drinks or anything like that, it's just, it's specifically in the
Specifically
cafe
not,
area.
because they don't want it to get, I mean, there's a little area where you can see them actually, you know, the seamstress area, like, they don't want people walking throughout with that stuff. It's confined. Correct. They confine it to the cafe space, background music only. There's some signatures here. No response from block associations that we reached out to. If you have questions, we're here to answer them.
Private parties or anything, or?
There may be an occasion, I think, I don't remember what the number was we put in there. But not too many. It's not again, it's a retail clothing store. There might be the occasional, you know, company situation or a wedding party or something like that. So that would be sort of the situation.
Okay, so it did have the outdoor, is the removal of the, I mean, it didn't have the outdoor, but it said you're going to apply for outdoor. Are you still planning to apply for the outdoor?
At some point in the future, we'd like to explore it. We don't know what we're gonna be able to do, and we don't know if it's even gonna be viable. That's why we didn't include it and we didn't give much information on it.
Okay, so, but I think in the letter it did say something like 30 seats out on the sidewalk.
That's a rough estimate of the maximum that would be allowed, and again, kind of didn't know what would make sense, so we just left it out completely.
Okay, and then it would close at 10 PM. I think that was the other thing that, because I'm just, you know.
Yep, and all doors and windows are closed at 10 PM. Space.
There's all operable doors in the front, right?
Correct, and the space actually had been soundproofed previously, so there's soundproofing in place, even though we're not doing anything beyond just ambient background music, it's soundproof nonetheless.
Okay. No TVs.
No TVs.
Okay. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? Carter?
I happen to have lived in this building for, in the past, for over a decade. The sidewalk slopes. That's the problem with the sidewalk out front, so you guys.
That is one of the considerations why we took it off completely.
Yeah, just, there was a sidewalk cafe for a long time going back to probably the late nineties. I talked to all the neighbors, everybody really is looking forward to having you operate the neighborhood, so I think I was with one of the, who was signed, it was the next door neighbor. When your people had approached her, it's always interesting to be on the street when that happens, but it's a great space and I think people are welcoming to you, and it's nice to see some retail happening, because one of the things that we constantly hear on Bowery is there's not enough retail to attract people, and it's nice to hear people with experience on the Bowery actually coming to do business there, and I think that's something that's very welcomed in the area, so I'd just say that's a very positive thing, so that's
Yeah, we appreciate it.
so I think everybody was excited to hear that space is being used, not in such an impactful way, but actually helping develop daytime in the area. And we have all these coffee shops and other things, there's nowhere people are going, and so just it hopefully will encourage, we have a lot of vacancies in that area, and so.
You said it, and that's the point, is that someone's coming in for a custom shirt, they might have to sit and wait for 30-45 minutes. We wanna give an opportunity to get something to eat, get a drink, hang out, bring a little daytime life back to it.
Carmen?
Yeah, the application speaks of French windows. Across the front, so it would be across this part right here. What we're saying?
Yeah, those were, yes.
Yeah.
It exists.
It exists. Okay, and then closing at 10?
Yeah, and it'll probably be before that, frankly, because the store on most nights will close at 8, so they'll close when the store closes.
Thank you.
And if you have outdoor seating on the sidewalk, it will be on.
Bowery.
Bowery.
Side, right?
Okay. I can address that, not wait. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Is there anybody for me?
I'm sorry, just so orienting myself, which side is the Bowery side from?
Where the rest.
Where the cafe is, the bottom.
This is the Bowery.
Yeah, this is a double wide sidewalk right here.
Okay,
This is Bowery, and then
that's not what I thought I understood of the Google Maps. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Did I read this correctly on the, your application, you have a traffic plan? You check that off?
I don't, we do that, so then it was just we didn't uncheck that box. I don't think you need a traffic.
I'm hoping you won't need a traffic.
I sure hope not. Maybe they're very popular, yes, who knows?
Okay. Okay, I think that does it, yeah? Anybody from the public? No? Okay,
Thank you.
good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is going to be Rulin Restaurant Group LLC doing business as Rulin, 15 East 13th. This is a class change for an on-premise for a restaurant. This is number C10.
Nothing's changed, right?
No.
That's.
Everybody, good evening. Anthony Carabello, the rep. I have Lane Lee with me, the applicant for Rulin Restaurant. Ms. Lee was here in September, really recently. She applied for a beer and wine. It was approved. We have stipulations. In retrospect, when she engaged my office, she indicated she probably should have applied for full liquor at that time. There's a myriad of reasons she did not, and we are here tonight anyway to move forward. So essentially, there's no change in the stipulations that she agreed to. The only parameters here that are changing is she would like to engage with full liquor. It would be 20%, if that, of full liquor. It is a relatively small space with a capacity of 31. There is background music only. She does plan to do outdoor seating in light of the last applicant. We want to make that clear. In the interim, we submitted our item on March 18th, and she applied for the DOT last week. We reached out to Ms. Granfield, who was gracious enough to meet with Ms. Lee and go over what Ms. Lee wants to do. And we'd be very glad to answer any questions the committee might have. But I want to stress that this is no change. It's a very small restaurant. The first floor is 950 square feet, capacity of 31. It'll be about 20% alcohol. So we'd be glad to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
What is she thinking of outside?
So outside, we're thinking 6 2 tops, 12 max.
Yeah, 6 2 tops, 12.
And what time would that close?
I mean, the hours really, it's 11 to 11, but she's indicated she's lights out 10:30 most nights, and even like on Sunday.
So the outdoor can close at 10 p.m.?
That's reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah, very much so.
It doesn't have closing time. I think, keep looking, the pages, keep going, go another 3 or 4 pages, I was wrong with it. Okay. All right, I don't, does anybody from the committee have any questions? Cause I don't know that I have a question per se. Okay, let's go to the public. Cheryl.
Cheryl Brandfield, I live at 16 11th Street. I've been a member of the East 11th Street Block Association since the late 1970s. I'm a founding member of the University Place Residents Association. I've been delegated by my block association to represent block association at this license. Ms. Lee kindly invited me to sit down and talk with her, which we did at the start of this week, I think it was last week. And to talk about the license. If I am, first of all, a little background, the previous license holder at this location was a pastry shop, which had a liquor license solely for the purpose of using it in its baking and had stipulations agreeing that that license could not be used to serve alcohol directly to customers. It could only be used in the baking on the premises. So I would offer that the license that was approved for beer and wine, which I understand based on the current application, took effect on March 30 of this year, is for all intents and purposes a new license for purpose of serving patrons. When Ms. Lee and I spoke, she made it clear to me that her intent was to have a full liquor license in the space, and she said at the time in our conversation that she was confused as to why it was not a full liquor license application originally in September. I would offer, we already have 4 operating licenses on that block. We have a pending application at 35 East 13th Street at the corner of University Place and 13th Street. And adding further to the liquor licenses concentrated on a single block with an operator who has had an active beer and wine license in a previous bakery location that has been effective for not less than a week, almost exactly a week, seems precipitous to the community. And we would like to ask that this not be considered until the operator has demonstrated her cooperation with the stipulations and the license currently held, simply because of the concentration of existing licenses in this block and in the near neighborhood.
Do you have anything to say about the sidewalk seating?
The sidewalk seating, we're kind of hostile to. There are a bunch of residential buildings directly across the street. And we have 3 universities, colleges in the neighborhood within 3 to 4 blocks, a lot of students, and we have already a corridor along the entire length of University Place that is quite literally studded with bars and students and younger people hanging around on the sidewalks, we would be very disappointed to see a similar extension of that tight concentration of licenses and liquor licenses in particular, and out in the outdoors in an area that's already noisy as the result of an outdoor seated area with full liquor available.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay,
So my reply to that, and thank you for meeting with the applicant. We appreciate your time and your efforts in the community. This is an extremely small restaurant. We would be willing to even reduce the hours to 10:30. There is a tiny little bar with 3 stools. If we could go into a time machine and I rep turn in September, we would have been applying for full liquor. And that's, I would ask you to graciously consider that. This in no way, shape or form can become a bar based on the hours and based on the size of the establishment, and we would certainly stipulate to that. Thank you.
okay. So you said 10:30 would close. Okay, does anybody from the committee have any? No. Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be Dos Puertos Inc. doing business as Palermo Soho Argentinian Bistro at 55 Grand Street. This is an on-premise for a restaurant. Oh. This is number C9.
Hello, my name is Virgil Lee, I'm the liquor license consultant, who filed put together the application on behalf of my client. Who's joined, them behind me here tonight. His name is Orhan Shakir. And he's a very experienced operator. He has an existing, restaurant on Restaurant Wrong Westport 6th Street, as well as Ramsey Park neighborhood, with the same business model restaurant concept, featuring Argentinian style meats and seafood, and also with some Mediterranean influence. The space is 55 Grand Street. It's about 1,360 square feet on the ground floor, equivalent amount of square footage in the basement. All the dining and the kitchen are on the ground floor. And the basement is used only for storage. The hours of operation, typically on a normal day, opens at 3 p.m. and closes by midnight. The earliest night that it closes is 11 p.m. and that would be on a Sunday. And on the busy day, which would be Friday and Saturday, would close at 2 a.m. Orhan, the owner, has brought some photos of the renovation that he's done, and he can show you he'll pass around the photos to you so you can see the design concept that he has.
Thank you.
Yeah, that he has come up with, and is based on his experience with his existing restaurants, as I previously referenced. The restaurant is a full service dine-in restaurant, no takeout. It is no outdoor seating. I believe the previous operator of that space, which was the Mexican restaurant, Papa Azul Mexican restaurant, they had outdoor seating, but Orhan had no plans for outdoor seating. If he ever changes his mind, he'll come back before you on the community board when he has a drawing, and they will go through a normal process. DOT is always changing the regulations with construction and regulations, so it'll be, the design will reflect whatever the current regulations are at the time. But right now, he has no plans for outdoor seating, and his other operations also have no outdoor seating. He's available to answer any questions in regard to his operation and his food concept, if you have any.
Okay, I just had a couple questions. The front area looks like it's more lower tables. Is that just like a seating? It says dining area, but is that more seating?
The bar area or back?
The front, we're by the bar and stairs in
All
the
of the
basement.
seating,
Uh-huh.
yeah, this is all seating area,
Like
front of the window, right
Mhm.
next to bar.
Mhm.
And I have 4 or 5 table right close to bar and 9 bar stool, I think it's gonna be 8, but we put a 9 bar stool. And back area just gonna be sit down, fine dining. Like my other place, it's gonna be like a blue couches and, you know, just
So,
to.
so can people order food at the bar and at the front area too, or is that, so you can still get plates?
Yeah.
Everywhere?
Yes,
It's just a
yes,
different
yeah.
type of seating?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the space is, there's a kitchen
Yeah.
and toilet between them, so that's why it's the.
Right,
Yeah.
right, okay, and then, the only thing I'm, like, the other place closed it was the hours were 12 and 1, so do you need that 2 o'clock on Friday and Saturday night? Can you close early on Friday and
Places are
Saturday?
closing at 4 before us, so, the
So
two
I got it at 12 and 1, no, they were closing at 1. Yeah. I
Okay,
think-
the one is fine, I thought it was 4 AM.
That's what they were supposed, hang on one second, just hang on one second.
We'll double check.
Oh, wait a minute, wrong thing, well, in 2006, I think I did something,
While she's doing that,
go ahead, Cormac.
you didn't click off about music on your questionnaire. What are you planning to do about music?
The purchase, I have 3 small sonos for the back and the 2 sonos for the front, so just the background music,
Quiet background music only.
Yeah.
Thank you.
like my other places, same thing.
Yeah, the other place had hours, I don't know how they were operating, but what it says in our information is it was 11 AM to 12 AM, Sunday to Thursday, and 11 AM to 1 AM, Friday and Saturday,
Sounds good.
background music.
No problem.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have? Dr. Smith?
I noticed you don't have a menu in the back.
I think we have it, the menu. Nothing. The menu.
Maybe it's in someone else's, not mine.
So we sent in a menu, it's gonna be the same type of menu as is on the restaurant, so I made a copy and I sent it in to Francine as part of the package.
Okay, hang on.
It's basically,
No problem.
South American style meats and seafood,
Argentine style.
and it does have some Mediterranean dishes.
Different.
There's a difference.
It seems to be working well in the 2 other locations that has the same concept.
Are you okay, Doctor? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay, anybody else have anything? Okay, and just so you know, the closing times meaning all patrons out. Okay,
Yes.
right, okay, I just want, this, I think you're new to our community board, so that's how we do it.
This is only area I opened, I didn't
Oh.
know restaurant was Soho, it's my first restaurant in Soho area.
Oh,
so
good,
I
okay,
was all around, but it's the
Okay.
first time.
okay, great, so,
Thank
what,
you.
what,
Yeah, I was gonna say, the last operator also had one of the biggest fines ever issued to them in our community, that the liquor authority is a $20,000 fine. So
Yes,
just-
because I heard they
just-
opened during the COVID.
Right, and
That's what I
some
heard.
other issues, so just
Right.
what they were
We're not
doing
gonna-
is not necessarily.
If COVID, if the pandemic regulations have come back, we're not gonna have any large gatherings.
They're right, and then
Hey.
they're not, they also were obviously not following their hours of operation.
Yes, that's what I heard.
So don't do anything based on what they did, is what we're saying.
thank you, welcome. Okay, the next application is going to be Leo Sushi at 43 West 8th Street. This is a wine, beer and cider, previously unlicensed location. This is item B7. We're becoming a regular.
Yeah, I'll just see Michael on Thursday.
Okay. Splitting it up.
You're welcome.
All right, my name is Robert Hull with Michael Kelly Inc. I'm here representing Leo Sushi LLC. with the owner guy. This is a restaurant wine license application for Leo Sushi LLC, DBA Sendo. We're located at 43 West 8th Street on the second floor between 6th Avenue and McDougal Street. The space has not been occupied for over 5 years. The building was constructed prior to 1933, so there is no C of O. We will be filing for an LNO if requested to. We'll be a full-service sushi restaurant where we have 7 tables and 14 seats and a bar/sushi. It's a bar/sushi bar with 15 seats. There's no outdoor seating. Our hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. There are no TVs or open doors or windows. There will be very low background music. There are no promoted events, scheduled performers, outside promoters, or cover fees. We have private parties like birthdays and holiday parties. If that happens, we don't anticipate more than, say 12 a year. The owner has a restaurant at 876 6th Avenue with the same concept, and we will mimic that at this location. He's been open and operating over at that area with a restaurant wine license since July of 2024. Guy will be devoting all his time in his new place as the manager. We have notified the CBBA, the West 8th Street Block Association, and the McDougal Sullivan Garden Association, but we didn't hear anything back. And in the packets, we did also put in the signature pages. That wasn't originally in there when we sent it in.
Okay, yeah, the hours are 11 to 11?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so my biggest confusion with this is which storefront is this? Because, so here,
It's on the second floor.
is it up here? Is it this?
Is it
Yeah.
the middle?
Or is it this?
No, it's the
No, it's the
It's the
second.
second
It's the
floor.
center.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's that?
so,
It's weird because the other part that's technically the first floor goes down a few steps, am
Right.
I correct?
and then there's, but then
And the
there's
second floor,
also,
You gotta go up and,
there's also a cellar and a basement.
Yeah,
Yes.
that belongs to the tenant downstairs. It's just a basement. The cellar is, I believe, what you see.
Just make sure you speak into the
What
microphone.
you see a cellar, on the DOB site, I believe is just that ground floor unit. And the basement belongs to them, which is where the building mechanicals are.
Okay, so. So, on a certificate of occupancy that I don't find any work orders for that space. I'm not the professional on this stuff, but I did find a temporary or C of O dated 3/4/2026.
Yeah.
But it is missing the first floor. And it has the second, third, and fourth floor saying the residential units. So I'm just trying to understand.
I haven't seen the TPO. It says the second story is residential.
Yeah, but it's missing the first story and it has a cellar and a basement. That's why I'm asking all this, because I have a feeling. And I think this building, if I can. The building looks like, huh? It's on this space.
Right, so that's the base.
So it's not in this space, so that's the first floor. Which isn't on here, and it's not this is the second, third floor, the third floor. So it's on the first, it's really on the,
So there-
according to the certificate of occupancy, it's on the first floor.
so the one we're looking at right now, it does say second floor, eating is, right, it says eating.
Drinking and drinking.
On the second floor,
Yeah, I just pulled this up from earlier from DOB now. DOB now.
okay, can I see that?
Yeah.
I just, because that one I didn't find.
So this is, if you see here 4.2, just right above it, it says eating and drinking establishment.
Yeah, but see, no, that goes to the basement. that's the same thing I pulled up, so if you look at it. This is cellar and it says accessory, then basement, eating and drinking, then floor two, it's missing floor one. It's missing floor one, and then floor two, floor three, and floor four are residential, and if you look at the, if you look at the building, you see, oh, shoot. Well, but it's so floor two, three, and four are the floors up above you. That are the residential, I have a feeling you're floor one, but anyway, since this is never. From anything I read, because I read, it doesn't look like this has ever been used as a storefront or what?
I think the previous tenant was some kind of a retail location. I'm not sure what kind, but that was the last tenant.
I mean, I think one of the things that we would like to see is a letter of no objection for their,
Okay.
look, because their stuff, the building seems problematic.
Yeah.
I mean, there are different stuff, work orders or violations on there that I think have been cured, some of them. And some of them not. Not possible, but what? What are you saying? It says it's done? Okay, so it's okay.
I'm just looking, it says 4-1,
Yes, that's what I-
43 West 8th Street,
Right.
and number is 1009446, is that what's on?
I don't know, from address like the.
All right, well, we can definitely talk to the landlord
Yeah,
about
yeah,
getting
yeah.
it
So-
out now.
No,
Over that.
so it may not have been issued, but I see on the building schedule of occupancy. It does say floor one, where it says basement, it says business, and it's a
Yeah.
eating and drinking establishment. But then on floor number one, it says it's mercantile. Retail sale store, and it has an occupancy of 38.
So-
it just looks like it hasn't been issued.
Yeah, so.
That hasn't been completed yet. So it is filed.
So then the other thing is, then I think what the confusion is that this is saying second floor, I have a feeling your lease might be saying second floor, I'm not sure.
Let's say second.
But
yes.
but according to the certificate of occupancy, it should really be the first floor. Because
Okay.
according to the certificate of occupancy, the second, third, and fourth floor are the floors above you that are the residential.
Well, it's
units.
something with the lease we should be able to get changed, just talking to the landlord,
Okay.
and having him fix that
Oh,
to make
yeah,
it pay the
yeah,
first
just so
floor.
that everything is,
Okay,
so you don't have a problem, because it,
okay, and then we'll, then we'll not re-notify you, but we'll send an amended version in to you guys.
Well,
I'm not,
except that, you know, I also wanna point out that what Carter just said is that. That application, that first floor. It sounded like there was a 38-person limit, right? So how many seats and things do we have in this place?
It's 25 to 30.
Yeah, it's a total of 29
So
right
you
now.
you can work with an occupancy of 38, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, cause it was only about like 8 employees and it wouldn't be all 8 at one time either.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot of people.
And you say that there's existing soundproofing. But that the second floor. Hasn't been used before for like eating or drinking.
So that is from the landlord, that's what we were told. We can find out more
I
about that.
think you should,
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I see that you have a couple of signatures from upstairs in the building, right?
Yes.
Although it looks like they're all from one of the units and I think there are 6, right? But, yeah, I mean, I'd wanna know a lot more about the soundproofing because these old buildings on 8th Street, that sound really carries and travels through the thing, and I wanna make sure that the sound, you know, if this place never had eating and drinking on that second floor before, you're gonna have background music, even though I know it says background music, wanna make sure that that sound doesn't come out, right, doesn't leak out into the floors above.
Okay, that's fair.
okay.
Yeah, like I said, the landlord says it, but that's perfectly fine, I think we
Yeah, no, I
can
think
find out more about it.
Doing some sound testing or soundproofing.
Okay.
To make sure of that, because it looks like a lot of construction was done in the building, maybe that's good. Okay, anybody else from the committee have any? No? Anybody here from the public on this one?
I'm,
Go ahead, Norman.
yeah, I just, right. I'm surprised you didn't hear anything back from the A Street Block Association. That's surprising me, but I just want to ask you about the shared second floor. Is there handicap access to the restaurant, or is it accessible, or do people have to go up the stairs?
It's stairs only because it's a landmark building. We
Uh-huh.
can't really install, I'm not allowed to install anything.
Mhm. Okay. And there's no access to the back from the space?
There is, there's a rear exit, which is, it goes to. Basically, there, all the second story. Exits for a few buildings there have this kind of shared, almost backyard area. So there's two, there is an exit.
It's upstairs, it's upstairs though, right?
Yeah, it's hard to describe. It's not like a large flat area, it's just almost like a terrace that is shared by our building and the building to the left, and the building to the left of that.
Yeah,
That all have this kind of second story space.
right, and so you're gonna stipulate not to use that outside space?
It's not really a space, it's really just, it's just kind of an exit. There's nothing you can really use it for. But
So it's just like, it's a fire exit, so you
Yeah,
don't use it fine.
Yeah, only for an exit, so pretty much they want to stipulate that you won't have tables and chairs
No,
out
no.
there.
And also that it won't be like propped open or staff breaks and things, and people taking cigarettes and things, because that donut, we're very protective of the donuts and the quiet of the people with back apartments and
No,
such.
it's not really meant to be.
Okay, so you'll stipulate to all of that.
Yeah.
And then what are you gonna do with your trash, your sushi restaurant?
Trash just goes in bins and then it gets put out on the sidewalk at the end of the evening.
Okay, and the trash pickup is that evening or the morning, or?
It's typically every evening, depending on when the company comes around.
So let me cut to the chase here, so you might, we'd like you to talk to the Village Alliance, right? And things, they try to coordinate trash pickup from all the restaurants on the block to minimize the number of trucks coming down the street and waking up residents in the course of an evening, right? So we just would like you to ask you to coordinate to make sure, right, that you're not just adding something, if you can avoid it.
Yeah, it's also my understanding that, the trash companies now have designated zones in New York. And so I believe there's only one company that does that block, but we do plan on talking to the other restaurants to share the same
Well,
one.
then the company comes down more than once, because I live on that block.
On Industry.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think it's one company and we'll.
They just keep coming back.
I think, yeah, we could talk to the neighbors and.
Okay, I think that's it, right?
Okay.
Because the windows don't operate, right, and this background music, we talked about the soundproofing.
The windows in the front, are the windows in the front, they don't open?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question for you guys though. So since we're gonna try and get the landlord to change the lease to first floor, did you still want us to look into the L and O?
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead, Carter.
You just need the C of O issue, because the applications are, the job's not completed.
Yes, but if
So
they're
it's
dealing
filed.
with the temporary right now, so it's in the process of being filing.
Well, no,
Filed.
your floor
Correct.
isn't finished.
Yes.
That's why it's not on this temporary C of O.
Okay.
So it just needs, the work needs to be completed.
Yep.
In order to add it, because it presumably isn't allowed to have occupancy right now until. Whatever that work is completed, then they would put it on the TCO.
Okay.
So it probably has outstanding requirements, that's not completely unusual. You know. when-
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure like that we were clear on that, so when I go back to the office.
Yeah, it's unusual because
Yeah, you guys
8th
have-
Street, I was saying to Donna the other day, it's a unique block. In our community because there's so many second floor. Commercial units
Yeah.
over time. And that's just a vestige of a different era when that existed, and there's only a few other spots where. We have buildings that have that type of second floor to. Well,
Yeah.
upper level.
And to be clear, you'll be the only second floor that is food. And so one of the things I wanna ask about is that one of the things that on A Street, I know the Box Association asked everybody to do. Is about what they do to manage the crowds outside, to disperse the crowds, not have them linger about, laughing, screaming, whatever, smoking cigarettes. And such as they wait for the Ubers, or they just have trouble letting go of each other, or whatever. seems to me it's more complicated for you on the second floor. Right? I mean, are you gonna have like a person who's at the bottom of those stairs who can regularly check and run down those stairs and make sure your patrons aren't hanging around on the stairs, out in the street?
Yeah, we have a host, whose job will be to help manage just the overall flow. We don't anticipate having a ton of crowds. It's really more of a casual spot.
Okay. The other thing I will just warn you is that, you know, the Block Association can be bears about some of the landmark things, so particularly, you know, the regulations in the special zoning district about neon signs being at least 18 inches, you know, and no perpendicular signs out front and that sort of thing, so just be aware of them.
Wish you one of any sense.
Thank you.
And being that they're in the landmark district, Michael, I both spoke to him, told him there's a little more rules to follow compared to other areas, so follow the rules and don't
Okay, be surprised how many operators though decide that they're just gonna take the attitude of make me follow them, you know?
No sense.
Yeah, no. We wouldn't do that to you guys.
Okay, that's good, okay, we're good, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Okay, the next application. Is going to be Prince Eatery LLC, 199 Prince Street. LP transfer, C7.
Shifted this, we didn't have all the signatures and support. Second office and. It's not, that's not. Good evening, Joe Levy here on behalf of the applicant. I have with me, three members of the ownership and operations team. I'd like them to introduce themselves to you, and then we can get into the nuts and bolts of the application.
Good evening to everyone on the board. Thank you for having us. My name is Guillermo and I'm one of the managing partners.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us again. I'm Lucretia Stella and I will be the chef of the restaurant.
Hello, thank you for having us. My name is Mee. I'm one of the managing partners as well.
So the application before you is a transfer pursuant to an asset purchase. Space has been licensed for many years, previously had a full liquor license, was operated as a restaurant called Little Prince. Sort of a restructuring and reorganization, consistency of some partners, some new partners coming in as well, new concept. This is gonna be a steakhouse restaurant. In the space, hours of operation, 7 days a week from 5 p.m. till 1 a.m. 600 square foot restaurant, 50 seats inside. Very specifically, there will be no outdoor dining, no sidewalk cafe, no road red, nothing at all outside. There will also be no operable windows or doors, background music only here. And one structural difference from the prior iteration of this restaurant is they've actually removed the bar. So there will be no stand-up bar in space. There'll simply be a service bar in the back, maximize seating up front. Again, steakhouse concept. As you see in your packet, you have a number of signatures of support, then you have a number of kind of stock letters of support as well for people in the neighborhood. There is some consistency in ownership that's been involved in this space for well over a decade. Operated with a, generally very clean operational history. There have been some administrative issues that we've taken care of. It's not come to my attention, and again, I didn't represent these guys forever, but I was not aware of any actual operational challenges in terms of noise, overcrowding, things like that. If there were, you'll let me know. But again, new operations team here, steakhouse concept. Chef who's a partner here, is taking over the menu, and again. Transfer, asset purchase, no outdoor space, background use, no TVs, nothing like that.
So the principal is,
These guys are all owners and operators. We included Kobe on the application. He's a consistent partner from the old one, the new one. We didn't know exactly what ownership breakdown was going to be, which is why you got that only name, but these guys are all parts of the ops team, all have authority to sign, all involved in operations and are all owners.
And you're Lola Taverna also still, or that's changed?
That's
That
gone.
was just Kobe and he was, and that he sold.
Okay, so this is your only restaurant now?
This group, this will be the only
So,
restaurant.
yeah.
Right. But you think Kobe is a partner in this?
Correct.
I almost don't know what to say. We have so many letters against this. And the operations that have gone on here. And, you know, and letters to the SLA. That. And I watched the disciplinary thing, so I know that, you know, you're back here because you have to change the whole. Quote, that sort of, which
That's already taken care of. We already filed for the corporate change, that's already done. And that's done, fine paid, corporate change filed. This is a brand new license. So that,
with though, the same person involved that caused all the problems on that street, that people in two places, they were an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare for the people that live there,
The worst.
the worst, the absolute worst.
okay,
And so it's. So that's why I don't know what to say, because the problems are so bad with music blasting out, with crowds out, with it staying later than it's supposed to
this
be.
location,
At this location. I mean, we all know the problems with, I mean, you should know the problems with Lower Tavern, all you had to do was walk by there, but at this location.
okay,
And we have letters from people that when this location originally opened, they were supporters of it until they saw how bad it was, and I have a letter of opposition about it. So I frankly, would like help from the committee on even what to ask here, because the letters we have are like, do not let this person back in here, because they just went through living hell and they don't wanna do that again.
Yeah.
Cormac,
That's something I'll ask. Can you change the ownership structure and cut Kobe out? Because he is literally a figure of hatred, an archetypical bad neighbor in this community.
yeah, I don't know if that's possible. I don't know that that's possible. What I can say is that he's not here. You have a new operations team here, and they're all owner operators that are involved. So the expectation here is that this place is gonna be run a lot differently than the last iteration of it.
I think that's what a lot of people thought when Lower Taverna first opened, and based on the reputation and. You know, neither one ended up okay for anybody.
Yeah, I can't speak to Lola. I didn't represent that one. I haven't been involved there. This one, I actually did the original application 15 plus years ago, whenever that was, and then I kind of wasn't in the picture for the majority of this time. I'm coming in at this point. I was brought in, as you know, down to clean up a mess towards the end there, so I can't speak to a lot of what's happened. I've reviewed the disciplinary history, and the disciplinary history from the liquor authority, all related to a lot of the administrative filings or lack thereof that should have been done. I didn't see a ton about operations with noise, overcrowding and things like that, or obviously I wouldn't have said that there hadn't been any issues that I'm aware of. I think the idea is here to bring in some new blood, new people who are owner operators, who are gonna be on the ground running the place personally every day, and that's hopefully gonna lead to a better situation.
And I know, I'm sorry, I'm, so you're 100% disconnected now from the new entity at Taverna.
Hello.
Lola, I'm sorry. Down the street.
I understand that Lola has been sold and he's no
Okay.
longer a part of that.
So this, okay. So I don't want to blame any of those new problems on you. Okay.
Oh, yeah, nobody here is a part of whatever's
Lola
wrong.
is not involved with Lola or any of those other ventures. This
Okay,
is the
just
first
re-clarify.
place.
Trying to go.
And I noticed the questionnaire, this isn't stipulated things, but I'm pretty sure the windows at the front don't actually open, right? It's just those pane windows and the doors open and close, right?
Did they open? I know they're not going to.
In the past they did, but the redesign, it does not open. And we're not doing outdoor dining of any kind, and we are very aware of the past noise complaints. And that's kind of why that decision was made, and there's going to be also a permanent vestibule in front of the entrance to kind of help with that as well.
Inside or outside the
Outside.
vestibule? So that
So-
raised platform will become a waiting area for people?
It's not a waiting area, it's just a way for us to like ensure that there's like,
Like a sound barrier.
yeah,
But how is it a sound barrier? It's not enclosed. I'm just
it is enclosed.
You're planning to enclose it. is what you're
Yes,
saying.
and it's gonna be completely enclosed.
Yeah, I don't think, there weren't actually renderings or anything of what you're gonna do to the building.
But that, just so we're both talking about the same thing, there's a platform outside. Was that within the property line? And if it's not, well, how are you enclosing it? That's my,
You want to enclose what's under this awning in this picture?
Well, I wish Bob was here because I know there was a long thing about that platform and about being able to put tables on it or not and all
well,
of
that's
this, whether
different
it's in
than
or out of the
enclosing
property
it.
line.
That's even
Yeah.
different than enclosing it.
Right, so
how
I
to
don't know the
enclose
question
it.
about whether it's in or out of the property
No,
line.
we're not putting tables or anything like that.
Yeah, but
there.
is that raised platform, like, to enclose it, is it within your property line or is that on the public street?
It's, I mean, it's all the buildings on the block line up. I would find it very hard to believe that's
In the property line.
right. I don't see how you could enclose it.
It's the first I'm hearing about a vestibule, so I can't comment to it.
So that's not good. And if they're thinking that they, just to the point, if they're thinking they need a vestibule to actually make sure that nothing happens, why would we need a vestibule to make sure that nothing happens? I'm just with the history in this location,
I think it was just a thought to be extra cautious, but I don't even know that they can do it, honestly.
Yeah, it's not finalized, we just thought that it would be like best practice to like make sure like there was like no noise coming out because of like the entrance.
The concept that we discussed, instead of being kind of like a buzzy eatery, it's more of an intimate dining experience, so I think they want to insulate it as much as possible.
Okay.
Right, if memory serves, those existing windows are like steel frame, single pane, right? So they probably don't insulate noise very well from the street coming into your place. So-
Is this a historic district? Is this a historic district? Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't do anything with the windows without getting that approved as well.
Subject to LPC, yeah.
Go ahead.
How did you get this petition done? What was the procedure?
For the signature,
The signatures?
one of our management partners that is not here with us today. He just like has to people in the neighborhood introducing himself and the new project, if they would agree and supported us.
No, that doesn't answer the question. How did you get the variety of people signing all these petitions? And all these letters? How was it actually done?
Talking to people.
Like standing outside, is that what you mean?
Yeah, or in the restaurant where the petitions sent around the restaurant, the people that were the customers. And then they signed it, because there's a variety of different addresses that hardly even meet the standard of 199 Prince.
I think what you just said was they walked around and talked to people in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Maybe some people don't live in the neighborhood and signed it. They did, the restaurant is currently closed under renovation, so there's not people coming in to have them sign that way.
Okay, thank you.
Fuller explanation.
Yeah, okay, so what is Kobe's role?
Yeah, he's just listed on the questionnaire, right, as the main
Correct.
person, so is that because he holds the lease or what?
Yes, he's one of the owners, he signed the lease,
And-
he was putting together the team for the space. we didn't know what the breakdown of ownership was, so instead of giving you people that might be correct, might be incorrect, not knowing anything, we went with the person that we knew was gonna be there, and we know that these people are part of the team and they're here.
And what is his role in day-to-day operations? Because I think the reason you were asking Donna what her reaction was, because it's not a very good track record of having any interest in following any rules. And so I think that the discussion, just cutting to the chase, the discussion during our business session will be, why would entering stipulations
Would be the point.
would be the point, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm just trying to understand so that we can have a better discussion of that, because this is what. You know, if continues on a discussion on this, that'll be the
Sure.
future discussion, so
I
that I
understand.
just.
Well, again, this is the primary ops team, so I think they're better equipped to talk about his role, if any, in operations.
So Kobe's not gonna have a role in the day-to-day operations of this property. It's legitimately this team. He's a partner with us, so there are no decisions that can be made without our approval. And we are legitimately playing the day-to-day operations. We're partners, we're also working in the restaurant on a day-to-day. It's a very, very small, intimate team. I'd love to give you guys a background of where we've worked before. I'd love to show you guys renderings, just because I'm sure you guys have seen that property in the past and what it looks like. And I'd love to show you what we plan for it to look like, so you have an example of how those two restaurants have nothing to do with each other.
So,
So day-to-day involvement from him, as you're hearing, not much. He's a partner, he's an equity holder in the business, but he's not involved in day-to-day operations. These folks are gonna be the day-to-day operators.
And all three are equity holders as well.
Yes.
I mean, I guess, I even just looking on, court filings, the first time is other people, you're partners with them, that there have been problems, and I don't know what the resolution, but just one of them is, issues with payments between parties, taking distributions, not necessarily, these are all things where, with whom does any agreement stand? And if he's the person who has to sign the stipulations agreement, then ultimately is responsible for adhering to it.
He's one of the people who could sign the stipulations. Any of these three folks can also sign the stipulations.
But he's the primary owner, is that correct?
Breakdown of.
Is he the primary owner, meaning it's not great,
I don't know the exact breakdown.
I haven't.
There's a contract for a breakdown.
Is it like 70, 10, 10, 10?
No, it's smaller.
Is anybody out from the lease?
They're at the current position, we have 5 people that are working the day-to-day operations as managing partners.
So has anybody else signed the lease besides Kobe? Thank you.
Yeah, it's it.
He signed the lease on behalf of the entity that all these guys hold equity in. Any of them can sign stipulations, any of them have the authority to buy the company.
You don't know the breakdown.
I don't have a final breakdown yet, no.
Okay.
I'd kind of like to see that.
Well, maybe. Well, clearly you hear what the feelings are about Kobe and that well known. Would you like to come back next month with more information, or do you want us to deal with this now?
Well, it depends what kind of more information you need and if I'm gonna have it for next
Well,
month.
here's some of our questions you heard.
No, I heard about the ownership breakdown, and if that's the issue that you need to hear, and we have to come back to do that, we should probably be able to do that. If you need to write a stipulation that decreases his involvement in day-to-day operations, you can do that too.
I thought, the ownership, the other thing I'd like to know, this issue about the vestibule and the platform and what the plans are exactly.
As you heard, that was just a thought.
I know, so I'd like to know what the final thought is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know that it would be legal to construct a vestibule there, so I think that's the final thought.
Okay. Where are the other? Well, I guess talk about it in business and, you wanna, what,
I just say, we're just in a difficult position because this doesn't seem like there's enough here to assuage members of the committee's concerns of trying to get something that
Yeah.
might, but we're not. Because you have your own, you guys, I think, need to perhaps propose something back to us, not us. If saying something.
If you're,
So, and the reason that's important is because there's not a history of following the agreement, so why would we propose something just with the assumption, oh, just sign it and worry about it later? And, you know, which we understand was perhaps the case in the past, so
I
it
appreciate
doesn't, you know, this is all of you guys involved in this, and so that's.
Sure, I absolutely appreciate that, and if the board would feel comfortable with language and a stipulation indicating minimizing his involvement in day-to-day operations. As you've heard here, we're not telling you a story, we're telling you what the story actually is, so we'd be comfortable with that stipulation.
But I will do that. Go ahead, guys.
There are 5 of you say, right, or just 3? 5.
There's
Five
5.
total.
And they weren't able to come tonight, or,
Kobe's not in town, or else he would.
oh,
have been
you
here with the
included
group.
COVID in the 5?
Correct.
No, okay.
You know, I'm watching my blood pressure, so just say that.
Okay, all right, I mean, I don't know what I would write to minimize his involvement. I mean, I don't know how
Well, you can simply write that he's not involved in day-to-day operations of the restaurant.
But he,
Yeah, but he's still.
Yeah.
he signed a
Okay.
lease.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean,
Okay.
I understand, and I've seen that stipulation before.
okay. All right, I don't know what else to say, as Carter said, you know, so we're,
Would you like to hear background on any of these folks and where they come from?
sure, give me a quick background.
I've been working in restaurants since I was 18 years old. I started working at a restaurant called Maria, that's in Central Park South. Worked at Le Cuckoo for 3 to 4 years, so this is the quality of restaurants that I've worked with. It's always been fine dining. There's never been any noise. The most important thing for me in restaurants is giving somebody an upscale service and hospitality at its bone. For me, I just want to sell food, sell wine, make people happy, and then everybody is happy. I don't have any texture on what Kobe's property was before this, but I promise you, there's no attachment.
I'm Italian originally. My family owned a restaurant for 50 years in Rome, so I grew up in the business. I've worked for Michelin star restaurants all over Italy, Amalfi Coast and Rome. I was born in the States. I moved here back 6 years ago. I worked for private clubs and Michelin star restaurants around the city. I used to manage a 2 Michelin Keys hotel downtown in 9 Orchard Street. Used to manage a whole team behind me. I always work with elevated fine dining food, and hospitality business is a hard business. When I met Kobe, he gave me the possibility to express myself and my food in a way more comfortable than fine dining. So for me, Kobe is like a key to express myself and give me a little piece of a restaurant and owning a restaurant as a first step of my maybe future career, future 20 years of career. I got to know a little bit of his past experiences just recently, but then I kept doing my job, and the new restaurant is evolving so fast, and I'm so inspired that I'm really excited about what's next.
Yeah, I've also worked in restaurants for a very long time. I guess my biggest experience is at a restaurant called 11 Madison Park. I was there for 9 years, leaving there as the service director. I understand the hesitations, but we are really trying to do something different. We want to be part of the community and not against it. And we feel like our ideas and approach to service, food and dining is going to be something very new for the neighborhood. We're not trying to make a lot of noise and be a party restaurant. We really want to do elevated fine dining service that is very approachable and warm. And I really truly believe that we all kind of stand for that. And are trying to do something really, cool, I guess.
Okay.
So you've got three people with, I think, objectively strong pedigree in the space, and they've just heard from you how you're reacting to someone who has not abided by stipulations that they signed. So I guess the hope here is that they see how seriously you guys take that and how serious that is, and they have an opportunity to sign stipulations and hold up their end of the bargain. If you'd like us to amend the application and include their names on it along with Kobe's, I'm happy to do that. And again, this is all of their first times owning, which is a big deal for them, and I think they're gonna take it very seriously.
Did you have anything?
Right, I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do or anything and think later, but Joe, by your same logic, what would really impress these new rising on, restaurateurs, entrepreneurs who will, I'm sure, as the links gonna have decades of experience in the future of New York dining, right? Would really impress on them how seriously we take steps as if we said no, right? I mean.
Of course, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Look, it'll be a sale of assets, it'll be a transfer, so they will get a temporary permit. They would prefer to do it the nice way and the right way, get started on the right foot with the community board in their corner and start to develop their own independent relationships with you. And again, it's their first place. The hope is that they do a good job, they do the right thing here, and they have many other places, and they can do that maybe on their own without some other partners.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. The next application is going to be Talum LLC, doing business as Salud at 183 Grand Street. This is a one-year cider and tavern.
Hi, good evening, everybody. We're back again. Okay, I have 5 copies. Who wants them?
Then nothing's any.
We'll share one down.
Yeah.
Is
Is anything different?
No, nothing different from what we submitted.
Go share one here and
This is C10.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's P3.
It's B3.
It's P3.
Sorry, on me.
So good evening, everybody. Ken Belkin. I'm here with Jonathan Ross. He is one of the principals of Talum LLC, doing business as Salud. We've been before you twice before, once in December of 2023, and again in November of 2024. At the end of those hearings, there was some contention about the fact that a principal could not be present at them due to the fact that all the principals of this entity resided out of state. Nonetheless, the community board did offer a stipulation at the time that my clients did not agree with, and since we went to the SLA, we had a full board hearing, we were disapproved at that hearing. We're back again because we're going to be filing for reconsideration shortly, and we're hoping that we can work out, the differences that we had with community board too. Again, it's a small restaurant, 60 capacity, 12 seats at tables, 30 seats at bar. We're asking for operating hours from Sunday to Thursday between 10 a.m. to midnight, and on Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. I know that's going to be a source of contention, so I'll just say out of the gate, we're open to compromise on the operating hours. It's going to be a limited menu, and I would point out that they were operating up until about a month and a half ago, since August of 2024, under a temporary permit. There were no real issues other than 2 issues that were raised at the SLA full board hearing. On one of the nights, they sent in an investigator. There was a live musician playing, very low volume guitar music, probably lower than the actual background music of the restaurant itself. But my client did not realize that they were not allowed to do that. And, he knows now better that it's recorded music only. And there was an issue with a product that they were selling that they thought
was not containing of liquor that was some sort of hard seltzer. So I'd like to, if you have any questions for Mr. Ross, he traveled to be here today to meet you all. And that being said, I'll open up the floor.
So what's different from what we didn't approve before?
I mean, what's different is we're willing to work with the community board on the stipulations they
Because
request.
I think what came out of the full board meeting was, it wasn't, the other problems was the sidewalk seating. That there was
I don't recall
sidewalk
that.
seating, well, did you ask for our submission, because our submission had that in there, it was letters from.
We did not have sidewalk.
Yes, you did. I have photographs of, this is the, and I'll just tell you the main thing that came out of the full board hearing was the problem with someone operating from out of state that doesn't know the New York State rules and and you're not there, so you don't know. We had, when you first opened, there were high tops with big stools on the sidewalk. I have photographs of them. Somebody took photographs and emailed the council member. And the council member reached out to the community board. So that happened when you first opened, and they continued to be out there because nobody may have sat at them, but they're still there blocking the sidewalk. So that was the one, and the live music was the other. And the San Gennaro, there was alcohol being served at San Gennaro with no permits in 2024. Same things. So there's a history of either not understanding the regulations and or following them. And that's what came up at the full board meeting.
So I'll take the mantle on the live music. My understanding was that it was supposed to be background music, and so I misinterpreted. I did not read that it was recorded. Recorded, obviously the rules are the rules, so I'll take the mantle on that. I misunderstood. So we had a live general artist come in from the hours of 6 to 9 that played very low music, and I considered that background music. That was actually my idea. And so totally my fault on that. On the San Gennaro Festival, that was brought in, and I fired I did some background research after the full board hearing, and that was done by my assistant manager, who I had then fired, who I now fired, he's not with us anymore. And again, it had to do with a hard seltzer that was brought in by actually a liquor rep who's not there anymore with RNDC. He wanted us to try this out. And I guess his misunderstanding, or he lied to us, or whatever it was, he said a High Noon fell into the same category as a White Claw, and it did not. So again, I'll take responsibility, since how I'm the principal, so that is on me. However, it was not anything to be disrespectful in any way, so I apologize for that. And I do live in between Florida and New York City, actually 11 Green Street.
So you could say that, but for my whole list of meetings that we had on our calendar, you couldn't show up one time, not one time in all those times. So it's very difficult. You might have an address on Green Street, but you could not appear before us.
Look, he
But I mean-
wasn't at the time living in New York City.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead, Clement.
Yeah, I have a question. If I'm understanding, you were offered steps, right? And you turned them down. And I'm wondering if you tell us which of the steps exactly was a problem for you.
So I just because I had long conversations with them about the stip, and the thing that really prevented them from agreeing to it was the no TV, and they saw that in the stip after they had just purchased the TV, and they were kind of just, they were upset. They wanted to have a TV, and they felt that the stips were sort of overbroad, but they're willing to work with you and compromise now. They've since, look, they were open for almost, well, a little under about a year and a half under a temporary permit. And aside from the slight issue of a light jazz guitarist and a hard seltzer that they should not have been selling, they really were, by all accounts, relatively responsible.
in one comment about the TV, it's about, you all know this, and you know that beer and wine, obviously, even as a restaurant, puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, and that's fine, that's what we're going for, that's what we're gonna sell. That's fine, but it is about being able to service your customers. We're a small little restaurant, we're 650 square feet, something of that nature. So we wanna make sure, and we need the community to be on board with us, no pun intended. Because that's who we're relying on for getting our business. So in no way, shape or form are we trying to irritate, frustrate, condescend, disrespect, whatever word you want to choose. The community board or anybody in it, because we need them. I heard, we're the last ones. I heard everybody's presentation. Everybody comes from like a background or whatever. I'm in tech. So I invested my own money. I have no investors. I have no nothing. It was mine and my partner, Scott Eddington, who invested our capital into building this place out. And if you want to see pictures beforehand, it was a hard hat area. It was a demilitarized zone. And so we upgraded plumbing, we did electric, and that's not to, you know, bake me a cake or anything like that. But we do want to respect the rules. So as it relates to the TV, it's about the competitive advantage. If the New York Yankees are playing the World Series, then yeah, we want to have that playing in the background. If the US Open's open or playing, excuse me, we want to at least have that playing in the background. It's not intended to be a large TV. We can't even, that would look like an eyesore anyway, in a 650 square foot space. So it's just having a little bit of ambiance in there because we're not going to have loud music, not even live jazz, anything like that. So it's just supposed to do that. No sound.
And you're, you know, because it's interesting, you're talking about this idea that there's been no issues. I don't mean you, sir.
Well, relatively, I said they've been relatively, you know,
I mean,
well-behaved operators,
Yeah.
besides a couple of issues.
right. I mean, I'm looking back at the, you know, at our resos and things, and I mean, there seem to be a number of issues about, you know, selling without, you know, license and permits during San Gennaro. You know, there was a lot of controversy, it looks like, over the yard, which I understand is now gone, right?
That was, no, sir, I think that's incorrect.
Nope.
I don't think there was anything over the yard.
Well, there were a lot of conversations over the yard, that was one of the steps, they didn't want rear yard
Right.
usage.
Right.
But they've abandoned the use of the yard for dining.
Alright, okay, thank you.
And I know that the rules are the rules, and so when we start splitting hairs, I know it doesn't matter, because if you fall outside what's okay, then it doesn't really matter. But the liquor that was served at San Gennaro was, it was an error on everybody's part. The liquor rep, my assistant manager at the time, and frankly, even I didn't know. I thought that high noon, and obviously Baby John was up here before I know Baby John. My understanding was that fell in the same category as a White Claw, which is indeed part of the beer and wine side.
Aside from that, though, I think you need permits to serve at San Gennaro. The restaurant wasn't,
We
I
were
don't-
operating with temporary, yeah.
but don't you need some special?
You were selling, you had a bar,
You had a.
there was a bar set up, you had a stand-up bar set up in the street.
Which are
That
not
was on our, so there's a gate that attaches.
Yeah, but you had a stand-up bar
Sorry,
set up, you had a stand-up bar, an unauthorized stand-up bar set up on the street. Like
We actually
in-
talked to
in
every-
the street.
we actually talked to people that run the shit San Gennaro Festival. Don't call me on the names, I do not know. But we worked with the police department. I can show you.
No, I understand, but you're not allowed to sell and transact alcohol in that fashion by setting up a temporary bar in your window.
And they do know that now, you know.
So, but this is.
You can't set up and put a table out and start selling drinks from it. That's not allowed. You're only allowed to serve them to the tables or sell them over at the stand-up bar that you're licensed for, because your license is done by each bar. And you have one bar, and that's the area which
You
is
can't
supposed to be sold from over there or delivered from there. You can't take the beer and wine or whatever, to another location and then sell it from there. That's a second bar, because that's how the liquor authority actually collects their revenue. is per licensed bar.
And that was, you know, also one of the terms of the stipulation that was offered. And again, you know, as I wrote Donna, you know, after they were disapproved, they were at the time of disapproval basically willing to agree to the terms of the
Right, but
stipulation.
I'm just gonna say, that's nice that they were willing to agree to that after.
But I would just point out, let me finish, please.
Yeah.
That stipulation was offered after the San Gennaro incident. So you were taking that into account when offering it. And that's why I think you made a specific term in there that they weren't to serve alcohol during San Gennaro.
Right, and then they didn't take that stipulation, and now I think that stipulation was back in November of 2024 or sometime
Yeah.
around there, so we're a year and a half of dealing with this. Since then, that no, you know, that. Of dealing, you know, I mean, it's nice somebody will sign a stipulation agreement now that they. Have been put against the wall with this, but you know, all the times that we've dealt with notices and this board has dealt with, the community has dealt with, and the office has dealt with all of this. My long historic list of all the different 30-day notices, layovers, somebody else appearing and everything else. And there are also residents there that were opposed to this back in 2024, and there's a language, you know, there are a lot of Chinese residents there that may not see our notices, or they don't want a bar in their neighborhood. There's a lot of residents around there with small children, and big buildings with a lot of residents that have to get up and go to school. They don't want 2 AM, they didn't want the backyard patio, so okay.
Both things that we're willing to come, well, the backyard's not an issue.
Well, and I'll say, if you're willing to compromise, why are you here with 2 AM again? And it's for us to say, you know, that's not okay. We said that wasn't okay before, so.
Is
we
it
should-
crime to ask for it? They're asking, I mean, look, you're talking about one of the most competitive business environments in the United States.
And that's why
The
most people
costs of-
show up.
Can I finish? The costs of running a business in the West Village are astronomical. That extra hour of business, they put a high premium on, so to not ask, you know, I think it's incumbent on us to at least ask. But again, they're willing to compromise, and they're willing to hear what you would prefer as the hours of operation and work with you.
A lot of people close at 10 and 11 there.
Yeah, so this is what confuses me. Like I asked before,
There's a 4 AM bar.
what was wrong with the package of stipulations before, and what I heard was TVs. But now I'm hearing that there are other things and other asks and other changes. Instead, why are you
What
not
other
here
asks are we
saying,
making?
why are you not here saying, we want to agree to all the steps you had before, except we'd like to modify the TV?
Well, we are saying that, and I wrote that to Donna in an email.
Okay, those steps have hours of operations from 10 AM to 12 AM, 7 days a week.
That's fine.
So, it's good.
There were shots at San Gennaro that were offered, there was
And espresso.
espresso martinis that was offered. I mean, if you were operating under a temp, that temp should have been for beer and wine, even aside from everything else with it. I'm correct on that too, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I again, none of this is resolving, I mean, the track record, but also just that who's if you fire that manager, who now is going to be running the place?
Well, there is, Miguel.
We have a managing partner who has a lot of experience in New York State. He's actually GM of Rag Trader and Bookkeep Lounge in Midtown. So he's responsible for getting somebody, he's responsible for overseeing that person. He obviously didn't do a very good job that time. Like I said, that person is gone. However, I did hire somebody before we got, before we had to shut down for the past 2 months. His name is George, a lot of restaurant experience, no issues whatsoever. So we do have somebody now. I don't know what he's doing now because he keeps on asking what the state, in fact, ironically, coincidentally, that's the right one. Ironically, he texted me when I was sitting in here. So we do have the right person in place now, knows all the rules. Again, no excuse, but I'm new. I come from the software industry. I was partnering with somebody at the very beginning who ended up stealing. That was when the first time we came before you, and he lived right across the street above Tamino. So we had to get rid of him. He was the original operator that was supposed to be in there, operator managing partner. Now I had a decision to make during COVID, at the tail end of it. Do I either keep this place and try to do something, or do I just shut it down? Well, like I said, I invested my own money from tech into this, and I'm not the CEO, I'm not anything, I am a worker bee, that's all I am. You can look me up on LinkedIn if you would like to. So yeah, so I apologize for any misunderstanding, like I said, I can't underscore enough. Not intended at all to be condescending or disrespectful or break the rules. I know that this is a very, very serious stuff, especially when it comes to liquor. And even from a selfish standpoint, I can't get myself into trouble. I can't do that. It's not worth it for me. It's definitely not worth it for me.
I mean, I guess the other thing is just from when you were operating and everything, it's very, I mean, I realize this is a Tavern wine license, but it was originally, you know, sold as more food focused, but all. Yeah, well, it was originally supposed to be sushi. And that's, you know, and that's why, and it couldn't qualify for a restaurant license because of the way sushi is, but that's when we originally heard this, that's what it was supposed to be. So, you know, all the advertising that went on while you were on your temporary license and everything had very little, there was, if you look at the Instagram and things, it had very little food pictures. It was all the alcohol, or whether it was fake alcohol, or, you know, you were making drinks with wine that looked like they were all martinis or this thing or that thing that was not done. You know, I'm not saying you were using liquor in that, but it was very, it's all, everything is very focused on the alcohol. And when we first went through this, it was supposed to be a sushi restaurant. So it's a very, just looking at that, you could kind of see.
So the chef now, we fell into a much better place over the past 4 months, I don't know, 2 months prior to when we stopped operating. So I guess 4 months ago. So, the original guy was gonna open up the sushi place. Obviously that didn't work, and then I don't know any sushi chefs, and it's very expensive, cost of goods sold, and the sushi chefs themselves. So the economics just weren't there. So then we went to more of a tapas style menu. That gentleman did a great job, but he owned a taco shop, cost of goods sold again, and the delivery just wasn't there, so we just weren't able to make any money. So I have a friend, and this is where we came into a good spot. He brought in the guy George, who I referenced. So he had a ghost kitchen in Brooklyn that's done really, really well. So we brought him in, and so that's the new menu that you see. So we're in a much, well, we were in a much better spot. So it does well with delivery. And that's why the menu was changed. So it is much more of a restaurant. That those pictures on Instagram were primarily from our grand opening, and what we were doing is low ABV. So basically there's a trend going on with younger folks where they don't drink nearly as much. So that was what it was intended to sell. It was so intended to sell, hey, come here, we're a small place, we're local, there's a lot of youngsters. You got Tamino across the street that, you know, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it seems crazy on the weekends. So all we were trying to do, hey, you guys don't drink, come over here and have like a 2% wine-based agave matcha martini.
Anthony?
Can you discuss the matcha pastry shop that you got going on during daytime?
Yeah, so they work with us. That's just Shiki Matcha. So they just operate a cafe during the day. They have one in Lulu's. So basically they do pop-ups in various places. But yeah, it's not a pastry shop, it's a matcha shop.
Well, they have kids.
Just
picture them.
Sandos. They just implemented the Sandos, but their main thing is this matcha.
You're renting out the space too now, or you operate?
I'm renting out the space too.
Now. Then would that continue?
No.
So this is, because you have this.
Well, they only operate till 6, so I mean, they've been very responsible with the space, so. We'll see where it goes, but.
It probably depends on if they can get their beer and wine license.
Yeah, but we can't obviously operate. The economics, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
you make money off of alcohol, whether it's good or bad, and then, yeah, the pairings too. You just have to have it for pairings.
Yeah, okay. Does anybody else have anything with this? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Discussing.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, okay. Do we need to take a quick break? Okay, take a quick break.
Yeah, no, I know.
Do it.
Oh, what happened there?
You can just mute it. Just mute it.
Just muted, okay, then
So you can vote, that's good.
Yeah, no, she, her vote count, I just have to note it as public, but she just doesn't help us with quorum. So, and Kate, for anybody, Kate's from the James Street Block Association, so he's learning a whole new.
area.
CB2.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one was, the Domo. And
It's okay by me.
so we're denying less.
Yeah.
And that's,
Yeah.
Great
and,
place.
okay, good, and I'm just glad, it seems like really what this was about was just cleaning it up, because they're not really changing anything, they're just cleaning up what they've been doing. So that was
Sorry, Donna, what was the number of the count?
one. Oh, the count for
Yeah.
us,
Yeah,
we were 7-0, because Carter was not here yet.
okay.
Okay. And then the next one was Rokstar Chicken,
Yeah.
and
He said
just,
midnight.
he said midnight.
At midnight, I mean, you know, frankly, they're over that so fast that I was sort of like, I'm like, okay, well, I hope
We
that'll
should've-
make you work. He said it would, so
Right.
they don't have problems, so, okay.
Good. Is there anything I need to say about the deliveries or anything like that? There's no outdoor. They do a lot of delivery.
Yeah, I mean, once they close by midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was our concern with that. Okay, then the next one was the Maju Foods.
Yeah,
So was Carter in this one?
Nope.
no, that was okay. I
Yeah.
thought, yeah.
10, 11:30, no patrons in the basement, was there anything I wrote down about that? 11:30, no outdoor. 10 PM on Sunday, background music, patron bathrooms are downstairs, that's the. So, yeah. Okay, so is that's an on premise? You okay? Is that yes from everybody? Yeah, okay. The next one,
Maayans.
Which, by the way, the second way it's spelled on the agenda is correct.
what, Maayans?
MayAA.
Yeah, S.
Right. The first one has two A's. And
Well, maybe the one might be, the LLC might be spelled, actually, you'd have to look at the very notice.
Yeah, that might be true too.
What was the final stuff comes on the?
On Maayans,
1 o'clock.
It was 12,
Both of them.
from Saturday, and 1 on Fridays and Saturdays.
yes. And
And so I saw from the lease that they provided to us that they're not, yeah.
they are not using the outdoor.
We've spent so much
Yeah,
time
no.
on this application.
He was very clear,
Right, no
that he's not
outdoors.
using the outdoor, he's not using the parking lot, and he's sealing up that window.
Mhm.
That's there, so
In
it's
fact,
really.
he said he
it
already
sounds-
filled it up, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded actually, I thought.
And what about the enclosure on the rear on the lot?
I didn't ask him about the enclosure, but that shouldn't be there, because that's not legal also. I didn't ask him about that,
Because they were blocking
yeah, the exit
theoretically. the-
enclosure, you know what street is that, that's up, maybe we'll just email him and ask him if they removed that, so,
What's,
519 Broome.
yeah, but on the rear,
It's
that's Watts.
yeah, I think so. I mean, I can ask if it's there and just put a stipulation that it has to be removed,
Yeah, no, that's-
you know,
we just,
which he may have already done.
The wise man said to me, she finally went away.
Okay, so we deny unless on that?
and
What
then,
else?
Carter here?
No.
remember what I said about all the electric meters? The electric meters are all in the cheese room, but
No, I forgot that. I knew when I was looking at it that you had said something, but I didn't see it.
The entire building's electrical system is in the room that he wants for the cheese.
I didn't know.
How are
It's
you?
in the pictures in the application. I said, how are you gonna move every single electric meter? And every
I forgot. that you
built-in
said that.
thing. Most people don't even wanna breathe on those things because it's complicated.
Or
in the
it's weird
buildings.
food handling things too, like. Somebody's getting the cheese.
Yeah, I
bringing
wasn't
it to
sure that.
somebody
I was
else to
thinking
slice
like,
it,
it's like,
serving
it's
you.
like
I don't
you're
get.
in, like, so you go and pick out your own cheese, like you would at the.
Maybe purpose.
I thought it
Well, yeah.
No, that's not, that's why I asked him, because I specifically said you made the customers going, but he's made it sound like it's in the supermarket, like it's.
Yeah, I would
happening,
think
is
so,
what he's
yeah.
saying.
It's
So
a little
it's like you
unusual,
do it in
yeah.
the supermarket.
Right.
Probably. I mean, that's sort of what he.
I think it's such, we've had so many different issues with this place, that's why I just
And he,
curious.
the one thing I would say is he seemed to know about a bunch of the issues with Mishka, so, like I said, nothing, it's always been a problem when it's later, but he seemed to be pretty aware of that and said that he was not affiliated.
Just, you know, when we hear it so many times over the years, it gets.
That was-
Very what they're actually doing.
I mean, it does sound a little weird, but it sounded like he had a plan.
He had it figured out.
He had a plan, so deny unless?
Yeah. Hopefully the cheese is covered. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's. Okay, and then Bobby's Blues at 191, that's a transfer to the wife. There's no changes, it's 12 o'clock and then 2 AM Friday and Saturday, the doors close at 10, there's 2 TVs. And there's,
Was it, no, they were. San Gennaro.
That's the other.
no, that's the other one.
That's the next one.
Someone coming down with a cold.
No, it sounds,
Allergies, I believe.
sounds more like.
A lot of plants having sex.
Yeah, 2 TVs, the sound is off, 24 parties a year. So, or we deny unless on that?
Yes.
Oh.
Is this Carter?
No,
No.
So the second.
he was on the second one,
Oh, okay.
but all those other ones in front. Okay, so this one is Palermo,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also a transfer, same thing.
54 years.
And it's been licensed for 54 years, so he
54 years,
agreed
yeah.
to, because, thank you to Francine, who went into our file drawer at the last minute today and scanned all the materials that were in the file drawer, so that, I could find the original application that had the hours of 12 and 1, and the renewal in 2010 that had the hours of 2 AM. So what we agreed to was the 2 AM.
Yeah.
And then, but it's really going to say 4 AM
Was the festival.
with, with a 2 AM closing outside of San Gennaro. And that was Friday and Saturday of San Gennaro,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
That's what I had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or was it,
I'm not
We
sure if
didn't
it was
specify.
Friday and Saturday,
No,
or I think we just
it was
said
San Gennaro.
San Gennaro.
I don't think, there was a conversation about it being legally allowed to say.
Yeah, they can't have their
Right,
hours
it
only
can't
for a
be
certain
different.
festival.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm
that's
putting
what
another
We can
step
put it
on.
in and make it proper.
Yeah, but it was 4 AM, wasn't it?
We have stipulations regularly on holidays that people
Right.
can do
Stay on.
things, right?
Which is what I'm gonna do
Where there's a
here.
holiday on a Monday.
Right,
they can
July
do it.
or-
So that's what I told him, I'll put the hours.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying, not put
Yeah.
the hours at 4, put the hours at 2, well,
And then just have, say with the exceptions.
Okay.
And then they'll,
okay,
except during San Gennaro, these things like important, they can actually,
Okay.
I don't know what.
Right.
they're doing now, but that's-
Whatever. Yes.
Okay.
At this point.
okay, so are we denying unless, and Carter, you were here for that?
Carter's here. Yeah. Not like.
Yay, Carter.
You're doing so fast.
Well, and I threw in 4 more beforehand,
Really?
I mean, I moved everything around, I tried,
Just for you.
but I couldn't
Here's
throw in
my
these other
favorite
ones,
place.
because everything, anyway.
25 Cleveland.
Okay, so the next one was NADC, the burger place.
Yeah, no.
And now, I mean, I don't, the problem is the hired company back,
Well,
but.
the date, it's right on the documents they submitted to us, but today, I haven't had a chance to look at it, does address that.
Right.
It